Hey, yo, they is hating on us so bad. Can y'all hear me now? I took those headphones out. Can y'all hear me? I know we technically supposed to be on break, but I'm just trying to figure it out. Can y'all hear me, y'all? Can somebody hear me? Y'all can't hear me. Yeah, you can hear me. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I get to put my little joints back. Okay. Yo. Yo, this is how you know when you're doing something extra right, yo. This is how you know when you're doing something, yo, that is like against the will of people that want to see you fail, yo, because you have obstacle after obstacle after obstacle after obstacle. If y'all only knew, yo, trust me, if y'all only knew. But it's all right, because we still gonna get done what we were supposed to get done today. You understand? We gonna get it done. Yo, ghetto-ness and all. Yo, good morning, y'all. What's up? Hey, Donovan. Hey, Bree. Hey, Jordan. Breezy. What's up? I seen you was first earlier. You first today. What's up? Yo, did Chaos Smoothies do an amazing presentation, yo? I hope somebody was taking notes because she was dropping the money jewels, yo. And speaking of money jewels, in the midst of my ghetto-ness, I got a quick little opportunity. So if anybody, somebody, I just need one person. You know what? Matter of fact, who been consistent? King Cool been consistent. King Cool, if you're not doing anything on the lunch break today, I got a quick little money opportunity for you real quick. You can make a couple dollars during the lunch hour talking to some young people about entrepreneurship. So you are a new entrepreneur, somebody who's been consistent, somebody who's been showing up, and somebody who's been helping to encourage others. So if you want to make that bag on the lunch break, I got you. But what I need for you to do is pick a girl, somebody else that's been consistent, but somebody that's been in the game a little longer than you, to talk about entrepreneurship. I want to have a new person talk about entrepreneurship, and I want to have somebody who's been doing it for a while to come. And we're going to talk to a group of maybe, I think, like 30 or 40 young people that's interested in entrepreneurship. So, King Core, that's on you. Only if you want to make this bag on your lunch break. That's how we do it, y'all. That's how we do it. Man, but how y'all feeling? What's up, Kenzie? Hey, Drippy. Hey, Naeem, DGO. What's up, Mia? Hey, Kayla. Hey, Tyra. What's up, y'all? Hey, Nia. What's going on? Yo, I see you. Y'all ain't got to announce when y'all leaving. We trust y'all to just dip out and come back. You ain't got to announce it. It's all good. Let's get into our guest spot, y'all. I see our guest knocking on the door. What's up, Trent? How you feeling today? Good to see you. I hope y'all ready to have a great week. What's up, James? Hey, Mace. Hey, Maya. What's up? Hey, Amani. Hey, Christian. Let's get into our guest spot, y'all. Miss Mendelin, what's up?
Hey, Joni, how
How
are
you doing?
you? It's good to
Yo,
see you.
good to see you. When I seen the name, I was all like, I feel like I know her.
You're so silly.
But then now the face just confirmed it. Oh, we know you. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you for the invitation. We're always excited to connect with you and to connect with our leaders of today and tomorrow. So, thank you. Really
Thank you
appreciate this
so much.
time.
Hey, I hope you got the YouTube pulled up on another device because you're getting love already.
I don't, but I have a little bit of butterflies in my stomach. Just so all of you know, this is my YouTube debut. So keep sending that love, but I'm not going to pull it up on another device so I don't get too out of
Hey,
sorts.
yeah, well, you know what? Let me do you just a little bit of the honors because it would not be right if you didn't see right now how you ain't even said nothing yet. And like, yo, you are literally getting all of the love, yo. You see all the love, you see all the love
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Oh,
already.
that's so
Like, yo,
sweet.
we love to see it. We love to see it.
Yes. And I'm loving that shirt. Lifepreneur. It's giving me life right now.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So look, we gotta get into all your business. These heartbeats, they like for you to spill all your little tea. So if you could just, tell us about how you grew up, what's going on with you, and then we're gonna ease into what you do professionally, because I think that's interesting.
Okay. So let me try to give the short story. For those of you who know me like Joni, I can be talkative. So I'm going to look for those cues like, cut it, you're saying too much. But I'm a native of California, the Bay Area. So shout out to Northern California.
Wow.
But I always say that I came of age in Baltimore. So I moved to Baltimore back in 2004, lived there through 2010. And like, it's really where I came of age as an adult. Has a special place in my heart, which is why I live on the East Coast now. So I'm not in Baltimore, I'm in DC now, but that's really where it just solidified for me community, all the things that I'm passionate about, and just what it meant to emerge as a full grown adult now, business owner, wife, mother of 4 young children, believer in Christ, and all the things that follow along with all of that. Really seeded and started in many ways in Baltimore. So I'm just so excited for this opportunity. I grew up number 5 of 6 kids. So my parents had 6 of us.
Wow.
And I have 3 older sisters, an older brother, and a younger brother. So I'm number 5, but my younger brother and I were part of the little kids. For anybody that has big families, you know what that means. When you have the older kids, the big kids, you got the
And you
little
sat at
kids.
that Lord table.
Yes,
How do
yes.
they pronounce your name?
Mendelin.
Mendelin. Okay, so I did
Mendelin.
say it right.
You said it right. And that just means a lot because, along with that family background, I am my mother's junior. And so, before I was married and became Anderson, I was Mendelin Buford II, which was a whole thing, got me all the jokes. Y'all know how that goes, when you're young. And it was like, stop teasing me. But it means a lot because for my mother, she was the first in her family to go to college. And she went on and got a law degree. And so education has always been very important just for my family across generations. On that side, with her kind of leading the way for younger siblings, cousins, and the next generations. And then on my father's side, he actually is the child, or was, he's deceased now, the child and grandchild of educators. So my father's side of the family, we have superintendents, principals, deans, teachers. So education, we were getting it from all ends growing up with us 6 kids. And that was always viewed as part of opportunity, right? To kind of make the best of what you can learn and how you can give your gifts and talents to the world. The key thing, though, having that mix of family background as far as education, my mother's family migrated westward migration, Arkansas to California. That's how we ended up there. My father is from St. Louis, moved to California for college. That's where he met my mom. So they were college sweethearts, got married, and started having all these babies. Right.
You
And
got
that's
right
how
to
it got right
it.
to it. And that's how myself and my siblings, we all came along. But with those deep histories as African Americans, descendants of enslaved people, there's a lot of moving to opportunity. There's a lot of education and things that come inside of school, outside of school, however you can get it and make something great of it. And so a lot of those things really kind of help to shape who I am and how I walk through this world in terms of thinking of my ancestors, my parents, my grandparents, what they had to go through, what we continue to go through today, and looking at my 4 babies. So we have twin girls who are 7. We have a 4.5-year-old going on 45. For anyone that has young kids, you know what that means. And we have a 2-year-old. And so I just keep thinking about what are the things that we can do today and tomorrow to make this a better place for them, and how can we grow and develop them to make this a better place for all of us. So those are the things that get me up in the morning, late at night, and just really thinking of how we rock out this world, because we are in a time right now. We have been in a time for 400 plus years, but we are in a
Yeah.
time right now that is just heavy. And so those are some of the things that keep me motivated. Thinking of my great
Wow.
grandparents, thinking about my babies and the grandkids I can't even see yet.
Wow. Wow. So how was it growing up in California compared to Baltimore? I know you're not in Baltimore, but you know some of the struggles that we go through.
Yeah.
And some
Yeah.
people say that some areas of California is worse than Baltimore. And I'm just like, okay.
I mean, the reality is, so I grew up in the East Bay area, a small city called San Pablo, but right outside of Richmond, California, which, as I was growing up, was in the vying for the murder capital of the United States. We were hit with the same systemic issues that hit all urban Black communities at the time. So, crack cocaine epidemic, mass incarceration, sex trade, like anything you can name. Being in the San Francisco Bay Area, though, it's such a diverse space. And so for me as a child, you could see the dope fiend down the street and be like, oh my gosh, what's going on? At the same time as the multimillionaire tech person, like all in the same realm. And for me, being a Black woman, a Black child at that time, you could see just the range and diversity among all of our people who were doing well and were struggling within the same communities, within the same families, within the same schools. And so like my high school, for example, we always joked like, oh, it was kind of like a little United Nations while we were there. And so historically, it was a predominantly white high school in an unincorporated part of town where if you weren't white, you couldn't be over there. By the time we got there, everybody was there, Black, Mexican, Native, South Asian, East Asian, like there was just a mix of everybody there. And now my understanding is that it's predominantly Black and Hispanic today. And so when you think about those kind of movements and what that means in a space like the Bay Area, high cost of living, lots of really good opportunities, and also a lot of barriers to opportunity, um, community matters.
Mhm.
Community matters in so many ways. We have family and we have place and space that shows up right in different scenes and scenarios. And when I think of Baltimore, what felt like home to me coming in was like, oh yeah, you're gonna know your neighbor by name, right? Like, and they're gonna call you out. Like, did you take that trash out? This thing was on the street. Or can you help me with this? And can you do that? And so when I
Yeah.
came, it was like I didn't know anybody, and at the same time, very quickly, it was family. It was home because you have questions, people are going to answer it. There's a need, we all lean in and we kind of do that. So those things I saw as very similar. A big difference with Baltimore, though, and we can get more into this. I don't know which angle we're going, depends on the questions and answers. But what I loved as a California native about East Coast in general and Baltimore and this region in general is Black leadership. And it's
Mm.
not to say we didn't have Black leadership in California, we do, but we're also a very diverse state. So you've got leadership of all different shapes and types. But what really hit me, even when I was a kid and I would come to DC in the area, and then when I moved to Baltimore, as a young adult, I was 21. So, I thought I was grown maybe. But when I moved to Baltimore at 21, was just Black leadership, like your mayor, your city council, like just going on up past governors, these other things. And so for me, that has always been empowering. And I know that it's more than just seeing people who look like us being in leadership. And yet, still, it meant a lot to see people who look like us in so many different types of leadership. And you don't always see that in the Bay Area.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Trackstar wants to know, do you think that the area kind of got better over time? And Kamaya wants to know, what are some things you can tell us about California that we might not already know, like the culture, food, music, and stuff like that?
Wow. So that's such a big question. I want to ask Trackstar to please clarify about the area got better, like which area, just so I know what I'm speaking to.
Okay.
California, there's so much to say, there's so much to share. So I grew up Bay Area native, not far from Oakland, Berkeley, all those spaces, and that meant a lot. I'm also very transparent about the fact that I haven't lived at home. I visit, but since I was 17. So I went down to college at UCLA in Southern California. That's where I started my higher educational journey. So shout out to Bruin, shout out to LA. And I say all that to say, East Coast, in the time that we could get from the Bay Area to LA, which is like a 6-hour drive with no traffic, but there's always traffic, the 6-hour drive, we can get from Baltimore past New York, right? And so just to give you some sense about that California culture, the Bay is different from LA. They are not the same, even though we're in the same state, right? There's some real differences there, but I miss my authentic Mexican food. I know it was a big deal this year to celebrate Juneteenth, and that was beautiful to see across the nation. But I will tell you, growing up in the Bay Area, we celebrated Juneteenth every year. Like, it wasn't new for us the way it was new for many other people, because that movement, you have to remember, African Americans in California were part of the Great Migration, the westward movement. And so when you talk about Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, for my family, these spaces, those were the people moving west. So we knew about Juneteenth way back. That was a regular part of my upbringing, the Black Cowboys,
Wow.
Juneteenth celebrations, just all those things. And so I'm very encouraged to see that being celebrated on the East Coast and nationwide this year, but also just want to recognize, like, we've been doing that from the 80s at least, that I can tell you as a
From the
child.
80s.
Oh yeah, every year. Yeah. So I hope that that's helpful. Just a little slice of California.
Yeah. Wow. And Trackstar says like the drugs and the violence and the crime.
Yeah. You know, I like to say the more things change, the more things stay the same. I think a
Mm.
number of us have heard those phrases before, and I'm not a pessimist. I also say I'm not like a, just whole regard optimist. I'm a pragmatist. And what we know is that at a systems level, these things haven't changed. So if we were talking about crack in one era and heroin in another era, and then, whatever the next thing is today, like those systems that are in place where many of us are hurting so much that we self-medicate, and where folks are making billions of dollars off of these trades, and it's not us in our communities. Like, those things have not changed, right? And so the big change that we have seen, we see in all the major cities, we see it in Baltimore, is gentrification. And so it really hurts folks to have a community we've lived in for generations, to have it systematically disenfranchised. Like, nope, you can't get a mortgage there, or we'll give you a mortgage, but at a much higher rate. Or,
Wow.
nope, we're not going to put the resources into your school. We'll give you a couple of resources for a couple of little smart kids, but we're not going to do it wholesale like we do over in this other space. Like, those things have not changed. And at the same time, change starts with us. That's where the power is. Like, a dear colleague and mentor of mine recently shared an Alice Walker quote about power, and how, like, the biggest lie around power is that we think we don't have it. We all
Mm.
have power. And so these systems are real, and what we do with these systems and through these systems is real. So that's the thing that I always like to remind myself of, even in the toughest of days, share with others. Like, we can be the future we want to see right now. We make that decision.
Come on, Miss Mendelin. Come on, Miss Mendelin. So lead us into like your work. Like, what are you doing? And you went from California to DC. How the heck I find you in Baltimore somewhere?
I know. So I started off telling you a bit about what education means to my family, because the earlier part of my life has been within schools, within education. So first moved to Baltimore 2004 to start a PhD program at Johns Hopkins University. And so that's what first brought me, Homewood campus, Charles Village, yes,
Okay.
all around there. But immediately, like I do, just like when I moved to LA, like, I need to be in community. I need to be of service. Like, if I'm just in a higher ed bubble, I'm not good for anybody. And so getting out of that bubble of the middle of Baltimore and into West Baltimore, into East Baltimore, into community, and really grounding myself, that was a large part of it. So I finished my studies and like a good little student, went from undergrad to a PhD program to a tenure track position post. So at 27 years of age, I was a tenure track university professor up in
Wow.
Boston at Northeastern. So I was only this much older than my students and actually
Wow.
younger than quite a few students. Um, and when I was at Hopkins and doing my training, I focused on race, migration, social mobility, and equality. I taught a course on privilege before people talked about it as regularly as we do today. And that was and
Wow.
continues to be a big lift. And for me, I always knew that whatever I wanted to do had to be of service of community. And it sounds really odd to say, but I always knew that my first career would be, well, not always knew, but once I decided to go get the PhD, I knew that being a university professor would be my first career, not my last. And that sounds very odd to say. People are like,
Yeah,
what do
because
you
most
mean?
people say they teach last. Like, yeah, wow.
And I might come back to it because I love engaging in this kind of way. Never say never, but starting it so young, right? At 27, I was like, oh, there's a whole lot of other things I need to do and I will do that's outside of university. And so what we do now with Mirror Group, I'm so proud of. We just turned 3 years old, June 5th of this
Hold up. What is
year.
it? Mirror group?
Mirror Group. So like looking in a mirror and a group of people. Yeah, that's
Yes.
what we do now. And so when I made the decision to leave the academy, there's a whole story there. It took me 2 times to leave, but I left. Started Mirror Group and really had the opportunity to engage in community organizations, foundations, nonprofits who resource community. And really in service of our liberation, our freedom. Like everything we do is culturally responsive. We have a racial equity approach and lens that we bring to all the work. That sounds like a lot of jargon, but all that means is that a lot of times with decision making, it might start with the people up top and filter down to everyday folks in community. And we flip that. We say we need community at all the tables. We need everyday people having these conversations about, okay, Foundation X, you want to invest this money. Here's how we want you to invest it. And we know best because we live in this community, right? And
Yes.
we want and need to be a part of this initiative or a part of this project. We really lift that up. We honor lived experience. So on all of our teams, it's not just, oh, Dr. Mendelin has a PhD or this or that. Like, okay, yeah, but we bring our whole selves to the work. What's the lived experience that really makes a difference? So if I'm
Mm.
coming in, if Mirror Group is coming in with our team and we're providing some supports on a community-based research project or a community-led initiative in cancer prevention, right? In workforce development. Like if I don't have that lived experience of the community,
Yeah.
I'm not the voice you need to hear. So
Yeah.
we need to bring community on board that have that voice and have that experience. So we're consultants. And at the core of it, I always say that we are data nerds or geeks. So we're all like researchers, evaluators, we're curious about the world. We work with qualitative and quantitative data, but we use that in service of equity. So that's our sweet spot. So we're not
Wow.
your racial equity one-on-one trainers. Like, no, that's not us. Though we've all done that before or kind of know that work. And we're not just like your data geeks just pushing out numbers and analyzing data. Like, yeah, we do that as well. But it's the intersection of this too. Data for
Yeah.
what? Data for who? And how are we moving this work? And for us, it's in a way that leads to racial equity. So that's
That
what we
is
do.
amazing. I really want to get into some of that racial stuff and ask you like how hard that stuff is. But first, before we go there, because we have a lot of young folks who are listening right now who have that entrepreneurship spirit. And like they may not know, like where to go or what to do. But then you say you started a business that's consulting. And a lot of people are like, hold up, how do you have a business consultant? So can you just talk to us about the like what consulting is, how can a young person who has like a talent or knowledge, how can they sell that talent or knowledge, make that into a business, just like all that type of stuff? Because
I
I think
love
that'll be
it.
great to hear.
This is what I love to talk about. So it's maybe a little bit too old for the HeartSmiles, but Joni will get this reference. So consulting is kind of like Tommy from Martin. And so there was this character on this TV show from the 90s where it was like Tommy ain't got no job. Like he would say he'd have to go to work and nobody knew where he worked, right? Or what he did.
Yeah.
And so consulting can mean anything, right? Especially in this area. But essentially, you are working for yourself. You are external guidance and counsel to a client. And that client could be an individual, could be an organization, can be a community. And so, we might think about it like, oh, yeah, so and so works for Popeyes, or, my aunt works for the state, or this person works for the city. But when you are an entrepreneur and you're a consultant, you work for yourself, right? So there's a lot that goes into that. How to get started? Um, you get started by asking the questions, being in the space, and doing the work. So I shared a little bit about my background. I don't have a formal business background. And so I'm learning as I'm doing what it means to run a business. And a lot of that is so important to learn and to get. And I'm also getting that outside of the context of school. So it doesn't mean you have to have an MBA or a business background to be able to get that, but you do have to ask the questions. You do have to think about things like human resources. Who are your people? What's your talent? Business operations. How are you paying people? Like, how do you really make money, right? And accounting, and what's your service? So for me, I'll give this example. Maybe this will help. So I was at Hopkins in Baltimore in a sociology PhD program, learning research. I also love communities. I was volunteering in community different organizations. And in particular, for those of you who live out further east, you may remember there was a large refugee population that was resettled in Baltimore. And so many were like Somali Bantu. They were coming from war-torn countries with genocide, just like a lot of harm. And they were dropped into a country where they didn't speak the language, didn't know the culture, right? Just knew in so many different ways. And there was a student at the time who had graduated from Hopkins who was leading this refugee youth project. And so I just volunteered, just a friendly face around the kids after school to be like, I know a lot of things are different. And my move to Baltimore was not the same as your move to Baltimore, but we all had to move to Baltimore, and like we can learn, right? Like how to like live in a new
Wow.
place together. And at the same time, I saw the organization, all the work that they did. So my day-to-day volunteering was after school with the kids, play some sports, eat some snacks, help with some homework, and be a friendly face, right? And be a resource. But I saw that overall the organization was doing a lot of different things. They had to program, they had to plan, they had to fundraise, they had to get food. There were all these things they had to do. So I was like, I'm enrolled in school. I'm learning all these research skills. I don't know how I can be of service, but if there's anything else I can do just to help you all, let me know. And the person that directed the program at the time said, as a matter of fact, the person that does our annual reporting just resigned. So can you do our annual report? I was like, yeah, of course I can. In my mind, I was like, I've never done an annual report before, but I know how to ask questions and I'm going to figure out how to do it. And that was my first evaluation. That was back in 2007.
Wow.
And so, for all of you who have that entrepreneurial spirit, who know that you have gifts and talents, who know that there are these different things that you want to do, a lot of it just starts with a service mindset, I think, and just posture of how can I help? I wasn't even necessarily looking to get paid. I was just like, I love what y'all doing. I'm here volunteering twice a week, 3 times a week. Is there anything else I can do to support? And the answer was yes. And here we are 13 years later, and it's a whole business for me now. I employ myself, I employ 2 other staff. We have interns and fellows who come in every year. We have over 15 subcontractors that we work with, 1099, and we're supporting communities and organizations all over the nation. But it all
Wow.
literally started with, how can I help? I've got this skill, I've
Wow.
got this interest, I've got this time. How can I help?
Wow, that is awesome. I got a great question here from Lamar. Naeem is talking about, can I ask this question? Naeem, your your question was just, do you know anything about Long Beach area? Like,
So I did have some
we,
classmates from
we
Long
talk
Beach
about some
area.
important stuff, yo. Like, you know about Long Beach.
I know. I did have some classmates from there, some folks who live in the area. It's not far from LA. It's like, well, there's always traffic, so it's always hard to say how far a place is. But if there were no traffic, it's like 30 minutes from LA, but there's always traffic. So it might take you an hour and 15 minutes. And it's on the coast. They have a port. They have some good food and some good shopping. And Snoop Dogg, who I think you all know as Snoop Lion, is from Long Beach. So that's what I've got for you.
All right. Forget Long Beach, man. Lamar want to know about this entrepreneurship because he said that he started his business and it didn't work out well for him. He said, how are you doing your business as you go along? Because I tried doing that when I first started and it didn't go well. So could you give me some tips and advice?
Yes. So
And it's a lot
Lamar,
of other folks that should be asking that same question too. So you want to help a lot of people.
no, this is good. So Lamar, I want to hear more about your business. The few things I can
Oh,
tell
he sell
you.
wavy wave caps. You ain't know?
No, so you got to let me know about these
He
wavy
sell
wave
the
caps.
do-rags for your hair. So you got to get your
Yes.
sons, and you got to get
Yeah.
everybody,
Well,
all the
you
males
know,
in your
my
life, give them the do-rag,
husband
and he
and
got the
my son,
bonnets.
they got that wavy without the cap. But I'll look into it, Lamar. Look, you
Yeah,
got to
and he got
sell
the
me.
bonnets too.
You have to buy, and you see, I'm locked up. So if you got like a
Hair
silk
care. Yep.
bonnet, that could okay. We can talk about it, Lamar. But a couple of things. I would say tighten your circle. I'm always talking about the circle, and the circle are the circle of people around you. And that makes all the difference because in business, there's always going to be stumbles. Like, I don't care whose story. It might seem like somebody had overnight success, or, oh, look, this person did this thing on TikTok and now they got $1 million contract for that. None of that happens right overnight. And none of it happens without the stumbles. And so a lot of it is to know how to wipe the dust off your knees and keep going and how to pivot because nothing starts off really easy. When I started Mirror Group, I had a full-time day job and we had 3 young children. The girls at that point were newborn and 2. And we were living in a basement efficiency apartment in Washington, D.C., family of 5 in the basement.
Wow.
And it was just about vision. Like, okay, I was like, babe, I can see it. Talking to my husband, I can see it. And this is what it's going to be. It's going to take some time to get there, but I can see it. And so a lot of it is your circle. My husband is the head of our household in every sense of the word and a true partner. And he was like, yep, I see it too. Let's do it. So imagine if I was married to a man that was like, we got 3 young children. If you don't go sit down somewhere and nurse a baby and clean this house and cook this food,
That's tough. Yeah.
and instead, he was like, okay, we still got to nurse the babies and clean this house and cook this food, and we have to build this business. Right. And so that makes a huge difference because that would look totally different if I was with a husband that had a different mindset and outlook. I also am very curious. I ask a ton of questions, like all the time to all the people, because the worst thing I can hear is a no. And that's easy. The answer was no. The best thing I can hear is, that's a good question. Here's the answer. And let me give you a resource and I'm going to mentor you. And here's the other things. And so
Man.
ask away, Lamar. If it's tough in the beginning, what's your question? Is it how you're sourcing those wavy wave caps? Do you need to figure out who can help you distribute it or produce it for a lower amount? Do you need a new market? So maybe you saturated Baltimore, but Philly doesn't know you got the waves on fleek. Like you have to figure out who's your connect in Philly and get them up there. Or the same thing in DC. You know, there's like different questions that you may want to figure out. And so I always say it starts with knowing you're going to stumble, being all right with that, asking those questions and looking for resources and just surrounding yourself with a circle of people who are not yes men and yes women. Every idea Lamar has is the best. Like you don't need them people around you because all of our ideas are not the best, right? You need the people around you who are going to say, this is tight when it's tight and here's how, and let's make it better. And
Yeah.
you also need the people around you that's like, I see where you're going with this idea, but maybe you want to think about this other thing instead, and I can help to show you how that can happen. So I hope that's helpful to you and some of the others on the call, but those things just mean everything for me.
Absolutely. Yeah, man, you just blessed a whole lot of lives right now with that. Yes, thank you so much. Um, and thinking about the work that you were doing, especially around like the racial stuff, because there's so much tension, there's so much going on. A lot of people, especially businesses, are trying to do things to make people aware, to be cautious and all that. How hard is it for you to stand in that space right now? Like, what's that like?
So I always tell people I used to be really tough until I had children. I feel like with each childbirth, I got a little bit softer. So I might cry a little bit, but I still want to share this. It's heavy. The weight is so heavy. I remember writing an email to a colleague of mine, really a mentor. She mentors me back in like early June, I want to say. So this is like we're a couple of months into pandemic and here come protests, right? And all of us are hit by the health effects of COVID, the economic effects of COVID, and now the unrest where it's like we need people to wake up and move. And also this feeling of like this change never comes easy. So there's going to be carnage, right? And balancing that. Because if we try to play it safe, we don't get anywhere. Our history tells us that. So it is going to be with harm. It is going to be with all these other negative impacts, incarceration, death, beating, like all these, because that's our history. Like that's literally a part of how these changes have happened because people don't want to let go of these privileges and advantages that they have systematically,
Mm,
not willingly.
mm,
That's just not the way that it goes. So for us, a lot of our clients are in philanthropy. So that's just a fancy way of saying foundations, nonprofits. And with philanthropy in particular, that's corporate money. So that's still your for-profit organization. It's just them taking their earnings and then using it in a different setting. And we engage with CEOs, with vice presidents, with program officers, with like folks on the ground. And I just remember feeling like, what am I going to say to these people right now that they don't already know, that they haven't already heard? And I felt my patience wearing very thin for the people who wanted consultation, wanted coaching, wanted to talk about all the things. And I was just like, we can't talk anymore. People are literally getting snuffed out on camera with no arrests, with like denial, like, oh, you didn't actually see what you thought you saw with your eyes. That can't be it. And so I just remember writing this thing talking about the weight. I was like, oh, this feels too heavy.
mm,
This burden is a lot to carry. And still, I know that through the work that we do, we have the ear of people who want to listen, who want to move, who have the resources of time, staff, dollars, whatever, connections
mm.
to do something differently. So, although this feels heavy, we've got to show up. And although there's so many things that we need at this time, there's different ways that we all like contribute to the movement. So I wasn't out protesting with my mask on and with my babies out there. I wasn't doing that. I was so proud of the people who were doing that, but I wasn't doing that. At the same time, I was like, we're in these meetings. We're on
Mm.
these calls. We're talking to folks about like how can you do this better and respond in this immediate moment as well as for the long term. And so recognizing again that in community, we don't need 100 people who all do the same thing.
Mm.
We need 100 people who complement one another, strengthen one another, can work together collaboratively to see the big picture. So, yes, we need people protesting and putting heat. And we need people who have a line of sight to the decision makers to say, you got to move this. and here's how you can do it. And you have the power to do it, and you can handle it. And so that's a little bit of where we fit in, if you will, to that kind of movement.
Man, oh my gosh. How do you see like the path forward? Because everybody is saying, the system's got to change and all these things got to change at the top. But
Yeah.
we got young people dying right now. We got people who are in pain right now and don't have time to wait for a system to change. So, like, what do you see as our path forward? And what do you say to young people who are, dependent on some of these changes to happen now?
Yeah. I mean, again, it goes back to that point about power and influence. Like, we all have decisions to make about how we live our lives and how we move in these spaces. And so some of it is asking the question out loud that others won't ask, right? Like stating the obvious elephant in the room that others won't state. So like during this time, there have been potential clients that we made the decision not to work with because they have no Black leadership. And it was like, how can you be X amount big, been around for X number of years, decades, and y'all don't have anybody Black, like executive, board, nothing?
And
And
you just say, keep your check.
we had the conversation with them. And many of them, because of this time, would say, oh, yeah, we recognize it. We have to do better there. But there are things that we look out for because that is, again, it's not just the physical visual, it's the systems, it's the process. Somehow you've been able to make all this money and to have all these people on board and you didn't see a Black or Latino or Indigenous or any person fit to do any of these top roles anywhere, that's a problem.
Wow.
That's a problem. And it could be our work to help them to get to that point. And we refer out all the time. We might say, go work with so-and-so. They do a really good job at doing executive searches and helping you to find your people and do the culture change. And so again, asking those questions and having the conversation. Sometimes we ask those questions and they answer and then they disappear. So they decide on their own, like, ooh, they're asking those really deep questions that make us uncomfortable or we don't have answers to, or we can't. And that's fine. But still, we asked it and they still had to answer for it and they still had to consider it. What they do on their own is, their decision. And then there are folks that come to us and say, we know we don't have the track record here. We really want to change. We really, are thinking about how can we better engage with community and would love to partner with you to help to do that. And so we have the conversation to say, what might be the custom team from Mirror Group that can help you to reach that goal? Who are some of the partners that we can bring on to make that difference? But again, if we don't ask the question, if we don't request that kind of information, then nobody's answering for it. They don't feel the need to. For some folks, it's politics and it's voting, right? You have to get out and vote for whoever you feel is going to best represent you, not just on the federal level. Like I know nationally, we think of the elections every 4 years, but to the day-to-day, the things that impact us every day, it's your council member, it's your mayor, it's your, it's the everyday leaders. Not to say the big ones don't matter, they matter too.
Yeah.
But if the everyday folks aren't being held accountable to community, what makes us healthy and whole and how we move in these spaces, that's a problem that we feel every single day. And that means that in their representation, they're not going to show up in Capitol Hill and demand something other than or different from an administration. And so for some, it's rocking the vote and getting out there and doing that. For others, it's organizing in community. It's how do we do this for ourselves, by ourselves? I mean, I love what's coming out of Collectively with Jamie Wooten and that crew. We're super proud of Baltimore Children and Youth Fund and what everybody's doing over there. Adam and Davon and Kara and just the whole team. I mean, there's a lot of homegrown, Baltimore-led, this is what we need and how we need it. And folks are showing up and showing out. So we're just really grateful to be in community and in partnerships with those folks leading the good work.
Wow, I love that. Have you ever been in a situation where somebody was trying to just hire your group just to be able to say we did this, but like they really didn't want to make the changes. Like
Oh
I
yeah.
I know you can't call nobody
Oh
out, but
yeah.
could you tell
I
us
won't
about,
call anybody out by name, but
can you
Joni,
tell us how that
yes, let me
went? Because
tell you.
I
Let me
can
tell you.
imagine.
You know, it's tough. So I think a lot about that question from Lamar, like, oh, you start your business and having some troubles, like, how do you get through it? We had that early on, just really blind and naive. Like, of course, if somebody's hiring us, they really want to do this work. And we've been with them doing the work, and it's time for the report to come out with the recommendations. And it's like, well, we don't know about what you said here. Like, yeah, we get it. It'll be nice to like diversify our force, but like, what does it mean, this equitable approach? Like, someone has to be at the top making decisions. Like, what would it mean to have community making decisions for us? And it's like, oh my gosh, how did
And
we
these
not
are white
realize?
people telling you this.
Not always. And that's what I'm telling you.
Stop it.
The system that we are in, it's not just about I'm a white woman, I'm a white man, I'm a this, I'm a that. We're all socialized in a system that honors, appreciates, values different forms of whiteness. And so, yes, it's come from white people and Black people and Latino people and others, because if we're socialized in a system that says this is the way things work and this is how we're able to do the work, none of us are exempt from that. And so that's why we're constantly learning and growing within Mirror Group, because we
Wow.
can fall in the same traps, right? So we try to get a little bit better about sourcing out clients and partners and really making sure that folks are committed before we hop into the work. But it happens, I don't want to say all the time, but it's definitely not like, oh yeah, that happened one time. No. And we just try to get better at asking those questions up front that will help us to know if people are really ready to do the work the way that we are going to lean into the work.
Wow. Yo, that is crazy. I don't even think that I even really thought about that side of it, but the way you explained it, like it makes perfect sense. Like
Yeah.
we got some of our own people working against us just because they're part of the system, and the system
Yeah.
is just a system.
And we all are, is what I would say. We are all a part of the system, right? Like it's easy to profess and say that we are exempted out of it, but the reality is that we're all a part of the system. So I just believe it's not so much in turning a blind eye to that. It's really just having that transparent conversation. We are in this system that has these rules and plays this way. We want and need to see it differently. So how can we do that together? That's where we enter into the conversation. How can we be and see and act and do and think and breathe the way we need to be free?
Hmm.
That's what we strive for.
Wow. Wow.
And
Oh
we're
my
not
God.
there yet. And I don't believe we're going to get there in
No.
my lifetime, but that doesn't take back from us striving toward it. That's what we do.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. Like we could be here forever and ever and ever. Unfortunately, we only got about 5 more minutes, and we
I
really got
know.
to get as much out of you as possible. But like this, just this space that you're in, like I just want to say thank you for being bold enough and for being brave enough to stand in that space and to ask those tough questions and to, be somebody that's fighting to at least try to make these changes, even though we might not see them, like you said, in our lifetime, but just the fact to know that somebody is there. Um, if a young person was interested like in this type of work and being involved in those type of spaces, like what do you do
Yes.
as a high school, maybe about to start college type age, if you wanted to get involved in this stuff?
So put yourself out there. Put yourself out there. Ask the question. So I'll tell you, Mirror Group is one example. We're not the only ones. We regularly host interns. We regularly host fellows. And we know that DC is the land of unpaid interns, but we pay our interns. We because we're gonna have you doing real work. You're not just gonna be photocopying or whatever else. You're gonna lean into some real work and you're gonna bring your lived experience, your expertise, and we're gonna grow and learn together. And so I would say if you're interested in this kind of work with whatever organization, pick up the phone, make that call, send that email, like or link to the person on whatever platform and say, hi, I'm Joni. This is what I'm about. This is what I want to do. I love what you all are doing. If there's any opportunity, let me know. Like, we literally source those kinds of contacts all the time. Like, just before I got on this call, I saw another email come in from a colleague who's in Arkansas who reached out. We don't know each other, but she saw the work that we were doing and said, I love what you all are doing at Mirror Group. If there's any way that we can partner or be a part of this, let me know. That's where it all starts. Because remember, the worst you can hear is a no or a silence. The best you can hear is, let's talk. Let's book some time. Let's get this together. Here are the possibilities. Here are the opportunities. So we can't sit and wait for someone to offer us a job, to offer us an opportunity. We can't passively only apply for positions online. We have to proactively be out there telling people what we are about, what we are here to do, what we want to learn, and what we can contribute. And that's where a lot of my opportunities have and continue to come from. It's just from that. And I know it's not easy to do as the person that sits on the cusp of introvert and extrovert. As I've grown in entrepreneurship, I've had to be more extroverted, which gives me butterflies in the tummy every time, little tight chest. But we have to do it, because if we can't advocate for ourselves, who will? So that's what I would say.
Come on now. And my last and final question. Everybody got to ask this question, but they want to invite you to the cookout too. So you invited to the cookout, Miss Mendelin.
I love it. So remember, we are a vegetarian household. So just have something for us, right? Like, I know y'all like have the crabs on deck or the ribs and the other stuff. You know, don't forget about your tofu, brothers and sisters. Have some green leafy vegetables there for us. But yes,
we had to be on the meat.
There you go. I like those. So yes.
If you had to leave us with just one jewel, Miss Mendelin, just one jewel, what jewel would you leave us with?
Wow. One jewel. This is so tough, but I would just say, like at Mirror Group, we always talk about the power and the possibilities of operating from your sweet spot. And so your sweet spot is that thing that you do really well, you train to do, others find value in it, and you just love it. Like, you can wake up every day doing that thing and go to bed every night still thinking about that thing. And that doesn't mean that we don't need to grow and learn and evolve along the way. But if you can stay grounded in the special gifts and talents that you have, I believe they're God-given, or wherever you believe they come from, and how you can be of service with those things, like, sky's the limit. That's what I believe. So that's what I'll leave you guys with.
Yes, thank you so much. And if some of our heartbeats wanted to connect with you, you got an Instagram you can drop?
Oh gosh, see, look, I told y'all this is my Facebook debut. We don't have a Facebook, we don't have an Instagram, but we're on Twitter and we're on LinkedIn. So I don't know if that helps, but on Twitter, we are at Mirror Group LLC on Twitter. Sorry, y'all, about it in the Instagram space yet.
It's all right. They're going to help you get an Instagram. Don't worry
about it.
That's
what I was going to say. Reach out. Look, you want to be my new social media coach, Heartbeats out there? Look, send a message.
Hey, I know that's
Mendelin,
right.
We'll get you on point. Here's the plan.
Exactly. Right. Mendelin that's easy money.
At mirrorgroupllc.com. And you already know we're going to pay you, because I said out loud on the live stream that we pay. We have stipends. So
come on now.
Reach out.
So hopefully somebody caught that Twitter, because we ain't saying it again, because I don't want you to get flooded. So if you caught that Twitter and you want to help Miss Mendelin manage her social media, go get your coins. Thank you so much, Miss Mendelin. It's been a blessing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate this. All right. Take care, everybody.
Thank you. Enjoy your Monday. We'll talk to you later.
All right.
Okay. Bye-bye. Yo, was Miss Mendelin not amazing? That's what I mean when I say opportunities, yo. You want opportunities, yo, this is where you come. That lady just said, yo, she will pay you to help her get her Instagram account started, to help her manage her social media. You don't need a degree for that. You just need a little bit of knowledge about social media. And I know y'all got some knowledge about social media. So somebody jump on her Twitter and help her out, and go get your coins. And King Cool, if you're taking me up on my offer for lunchtime, hit me up and let me know who you're bringing. Go ahead, take your break though. I see y'all right back here at noon with Miss Money Mo. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. We are back. We are back. We got to get Miss Money Mo on here. Somebody need to get their phone with their alarm. I don't know what's going on, y'all. Sorry, y'all. It's just been ghetto all day. All day. And yo, we only got what, 30 minutes or so because we got to do our check-in today. What's up, y'all? Yo, it don't get no ghetto, yo. I swear, yo. What's up, yo?
Hey!
What's up? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good, yo. I'm so mad we gotta cut your thing short today for the check-ins. This going.
I mean, okay. Let's just think this through, right? Because maybe never mind. I'm gonna just shut up. Never mind. It's okay. Happy Monday.
Yo, happy Monday, yo. But this one gonna be a good one. We can't cut the people short on this one.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Dang, yo, this one shouldn't have been scheduled for this day, yo. Let's get into it. Right? So we don't have to waste no time. Let's get into it. Right? Mentors, get y'all people ready. Y'all should already know where y'all going at 12:30. And if it's too good, Miss Money Mo, can you promise us, can we squeeze in a part two? If it's too good.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't say that with complete confidence. Hey, yo, if it's wet, don't worry about it. But if it's But if they do a protest that we need a part two, which I'm pretty sure you're going to put a protest on our hands, then we got to do a part two.
We're going to, of course. I will make it happen if that needs to happen. Of course, yes.
Okay, let's get these people on because Ms. Mo, you for all the fire. I'm going to drop the link for Team Entanglement later on, y'all, for y'all check-in.
My other proposal, but that's going to mess it completely up. And I just didn't want to say it on the live.
What, yo? What? Hey, Amaya.
Hi, Joni. Hi, Ms. Mo.
Hold up.
Hey, Amaya.
Excuse this ghetto-ness. What, Ms. Mo? Tell us, yo.
It's been ghetto all day.
We could just keep going and have the check-in at another time.
Oh my
That's what
God.
I was thinking, but
Miss Money Mo just said, forget your check-in today. Let's
I
go.
didn't say that.
Hey, Trent. Miss Mo just canceled check-ins, y'all.
I did it.
Okay, boss.
It was a proposal.
Everybody call out of your check-in. Hit your mentors now. Call out of your check-ins. Hey, Trent.
I miss you, honey.
What's up, baby? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm blessed. I can't complain at all. We so ready for you. Because you've been wilding in the comments all week.
look,
I'm
not related to that.
A couple days ago. I want to speak on.
You've been wilding. You got a little crush on Stinker and everything.
No.
Don't deny Stinker on this live. Don't make me come find you, Trent. Naeem gonna get me your IP address and I'll be right over there. Don't play.
He lives across the street from you. He ain't far.
Wait, what? He ain't far. Oh, that means I know where you at then. You're around the corner.
This right here is where we have to go to the end. This right here.
All right, I'm done, y'all. I'm done.
Wait, so are we really doing that? I know it was a proposal.
Yes, Miss Money Mo just canceled. You know what? When we get to the time, then we'll see.
Okay, but still.
But I got a feeling Trent about to be fired. I got a feeling they not about to let him go.
All right, so y'all, we're gonna do our question. I tried to do a short question because I knew it was a short session. Okay. If you could eat at one restaurant for the rest of your life, which restaurant would it be?
Easy, Chick-fil-A.
Ew.
Miss Joni, did you just say ew? Oh no.
He said every day. Every day.
Every day? I'll get a different thing each day, but
from there, I mean.
Yeah, still.
No, I would eat at Matthew's Pizza. It's an Italian place that my grandmother takes us.
Ooh. I hate Matthew's Pizza, Maya. You know this.
Oh,
the family. Texas Roadhouse. I'm gonna go to Texas Roadhouse.
Roadhouse, they got some. Yeah, I'll probably eat there.
That's all good. All right. Well, I had one, but then Amaya said pizza, and I love pizza. So it might be Pizza John's. It's this place all the way. It's on like back River Neck Road. I'm like, I don't think I should be driving on this street. But yeah, that's good. It might be Pizza John's. It's probably not that. You probably asked me in 5 minutes, it'll be another one, but I don't know. That's what it is right now. All right, so we got our answers. Let's see. Lay said Texas. Oh, I thought she was agreeing with you. She said Texas Roadhouse is a no. Okay, never mind. Najee said Chick-fil-A definitely. Corey said Chick-fil-A too. Let me see. Oh, Desire said Chick-fil-A. We got a lot of Chick-fil-A's going on. Mars said Chipotle. I can do well. Chipotle be messing.
I was gonna say Chipotle is not. No, I mean it's good. I like Chipotle, but like every day.
Not eat that every day.
Nah.
You be messed up.
Messed up. Outback. Kayla said Outback. Let's see.
Someone said my kitchen.
What you say?
Someone said my kitchen.
Listen, restaurant. I was going to try to say a fancy name, but I don't have a fancy name. But yeah, kitchen, that works. Whatever. Red Lobster. I can't go to Red Lobster no more. Every time I go there, my face swell up, and I don't know why. So it's just Red Lobster though. I don't know why. Let me see.
What's the Five Guys?
Who said Five Guys?
I would love me some Five Guys right now. That'd be good.
Naeem said Five Guys. I cannot eat Five Guys every day. That is a lot of grease.
I was gonna say your artery is gonna be clogged, boy. You're gonna have a problem, okay? A big old problem. Jemai said Olive Garden. Olive Garden used to be good. It's not good no more. Not to me.
Fake Italian.
No, yeah, it tastes like fake butter and garlic. I don't like that. I don't like that. Let me see. Shala says Silver Moon. All right, I like Silver Moon. Silver Moon was cool. All right, Fridays. No, Kira, sorry. No, not Fridays. Not Fridays.
That food is disgusting.
That food is nasty.
It is nasty.
Food is nasty.
Anytime I've ever eaten there, I'd be like, just throw it away. Just take it back. I don't want it.
You go to Fridays when you not eating. Let's just put it that way. You just go to Fridays when you not eating. So, yeah. All right, cool. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm hating on Fridays, Naeem. Leave me alone, because you be hating on me every day. Leave me alone.
That's the worst, though.
All right, y'all. What are we talking about
Today we will be talking about internet safety. And yeah.
All right.
Just what effects on it.
Okay. All right. Let me pull up the slide and let's get it started. All right. Here we go.
Okay, so first, I thought that, so we put a presentation together. We weren't going to at first, we were just going to talk, but I feel like it makes more sense for people to visually see, what, I guess like the different things that like play into factor when it comes to online predators. So this is the definition. I can't even see it because of okay. So I'll read the definition. Predators, also known as pedophiles, have a sexual preference for children. This in itself does not make them criminals. They get into trouble when they act on their impulses and, for example, start paying for, viewing, or collecting child pornography, which is a serious victim exploiting crime. If pedophiles act on their impulses, they become the second type of predator, which is, I don't know if I want to say this word right, preferential child sexual abusers. The situational sexual abuser is a third type of predator. This abuser is one of opportunity. He or she enjoys having sex with adults, but have sex with children when the opportunity arises. So.
Predators tend to be pushy and very aggressive in their messages, asking very in-depth personal questions about you, acting like they know you just after a little while of talking to you. threaten to post personal info about you if you don't give them what they want. They will ask specific questions and will give very specific requests.
So a little more about that actually. A very common thing that happens so I think a lot of the time red flags are very overlooked and they're not paid attention to when it comes to predators. Sometimes it's really obvious for like, if you're on Instagram, sometimes it's very, very obvious that these people are just looking for, or they're very upfront to let you know what they're looking for. But a lot of the time there are other people who, you know, disguise their accounts to look like they're our age or to look like they're someone else who they're not. And we use pictures and videos and like they build up an account to make it basically seem like they are a real person. And when that happens, a lot of the time that's where like these issues come into play where, you know, conversations start happening and then you guys get close and then it goes downhill very, very fast. So there's other things that like could be red flags, like, you know, if they're asking you, even if it's like not like an inappropriate picture and they're just asking you for pictures and they'd be like really pushy, like saying, you know, hurry up, send me a picture, you're going to send me something, and like will constantly keep reiterating the same questions and it becomes very repetitive. So I mean, you just have to kind of be aware and be cautious. You can go to the next slide.
Usually, what predators look for? Usually, boys and girls between the ages of 11 and 18, children who are naturally curious, children who live in single-parent households, children who have a desperate want for attention and affection, teens who are very defiant towards their parents, teens or children with low self-esteem.
Okay, so Trent actually forgot the paper, so I have the paper. But yeah, there's different things that like are listed out of like why in those age range, like that's why predators attract more to like the age range between 11 and 18. So this one says 11 to 13-year-olds. So they lacked critical thinking skills to judge the accuracy of online information. They can be highly influenced by what their friends are doing online and crave more independence. They feel in control when it comes to technology, which is, I think, a big part of this, like our generation now anyway. Like technology really runs our world. And, you know, I think when we have the technology in front of us, we feel like we have the power to do whatever we want to, which can get you caught up in a lot of different situations. So for 14 to 18-year-olds, one of the things it says is they crave both group identity and independence. So basically, like as a group, they feel like they have to know who they are. And I think from something that I read before and like, you know, just knowing certain things from experience, a lot of the time predators they crave the attention from their victims, but they also like their victims to crave that attention from them because they're looking for, you know, who they are as a person. Because at that age, you know, 14 to 18, you're trying to figure out your life and trying to figure out what you're going to do in the future. And then one other thing that I think is really important is that they receive the highest percentage rate of like pornographic spam, which is basically saying that 14, 18 years old, you're very curious and, you know, you're trying to figure out what you like, what you don't like. As far as the sexual side of things, like people get, that's the age where that stuff just starts basically. So yeah, you can go to the next slide. So the definition of like what befriending victims, like younger, like predators basically befriending younger kids, it's called grooming. So one thing that I thought was really important to put in here was that they look for children that are emotionally vulnerable, which can be related to personal issues derived from problems at school or home. They use these issues to befriend the victim and empathize with them while building a trusted friendship. So the biggest thing when it comes to grooming and when it comes to predators, you know, preying on children, it always starts with like this process. This is the beginning of the process, because without gaining the trust of the kid, they really have no like, they have nothing to go off of to, you know, continue with whatever they're trying to do. So, you know, they use a lot of the time they'll use your own personal like issues, and they'll use your like personal problems at home or at school in order to get closer to you and to make it seem like they're on your side. So, Trent, if you want, you can read the bullet points.
All right. If a child indicates frustration with parents or teachers at school, the predator might suggest the child's parents are way too strict, their teacher is being unfair. Showing interest in childlike activities and habits, overly caring about what is happening in their victims' lives and the problems they are having, being
Empathetic.
empathetic is their main way of doing so. They try to boost the confidence of the victims by I can't see that.
It's small, I know. Complimenting and praising them regularly.
Create situations where they have alone time so that the victim feels like the attention and focus is all the weight of them.
Okay, so these are kind of like, as far as like the information side, we didn't really want to do like too much as far as like giving the information. I think speaking on, you know, your own personal experience with the situation is kind of the best way to let people know, like, this is nothing to joke about. It's something very serious, and it's something that's very real that happens all the time, and way more than like, you know, people are like kids our age like understand or know. It's a very real situation which needs to be taken seriously. So that's this is like our last slide of information, I think. And then Trent's gonna talk about some stuff. So I could read that, but basically, if anyone read it, it's just being cautious. Like at the end of the day, it comes to the point where, you know, you have to make sure that you're keeping yourself safe and the information that's private very safe, you know, not sending pictures that don't need to be getting sent to people that you don't know. You know, don't give personal information, not even just about yourself, but make sure you're not giving it out about your friends and your family, because anyone that they know that is close to you, they can, you know, that's a way in for them. Avoid posting your private information all over social media. You know, like people are so quick to let the world know what is going on with them, which is what this whole generation does. Taking pictures in front of your house and tagging your location. I see that so much, which is like, it's not the smartest thing to do. I'm not saying, you know, just don't. Like I saw one of my friends, she posted the new car she got right in front of her house. The tag number is in the picture. Her address is in the picture. And, you know, that's like key to having any predator know information about you. And if they know how to look you up, they can get so much information just from that little bit. So just don't do it. And then don't believe everything you're told. You know, I think the biggest thing is also being gullible. Like, don't believe everything that is told to you and everything that is showed to you, because people are very good at faking it. People that you know that are close to you, that you personally know, are good at faking stuff and are good at lying. So, you know, people that do this and do this as like a way of living, they're even better at it. So you can go to the next one. Ooh, ow.
All right, to get in this, Maya, you're not talking about your story today?
I mean, I don't know how much time. We only have 30 minutes.
Wait, are we going to the check-in or no?
It depends, because Miss Money Mo kind of canceled it. So once you get into your story, If they say no, we need to keep going, then we're going to cancel the check-in.
All right.
Hold on, Trent. And Amaya too. Just real quick because I was moving so fast. You didn't even get to introduce yourself. So
we definitely didn't.
So introduce yourselves, even though you've already been talking, and then hop into the story.
Oh, well, I've been on here before, so I'll just be short. Hi, everyone. I'm Maya. Yeah, I've been with HeartSmiles for a while. I sing and I write songs. So, yeah.
My name is Trent Tedder, and I'm a new Heartbeat, and I just play sports for a living, and yeah.
Oh, also, that's my little cousin.
Oh, I thought you said you were gonna say, "Oh, I don't know this kid."
I said if you embarrass me.
Nah,
I think if you embarrass me, then I'm telling everyone that I don't know who you are. Now continue.
Trent, all right. share with us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Welcome.
You can go ahead and get started whenever you're ready.
So, it was, but right when COVID started happening. So me, my mom, and her friends went to Florida, and I was on Instagram scrolling down, and I seen this girl that was on there, and then I liked the post, and then the person just automatically texted me like 2 minutes or like right after I liked the post, and then they started texting me saying, "Oh, do you send nudes?" And they were like, "If you do, I will send you back some." And so then I started talking to them, and and they were just asking like hecka questions. They added like a whole paragraph in like 10 minutes. I actually believe that person was actually real, and I don't know why, but and they asked me to send a video of me doing something inappropriate, but I was like cautious of doing it. I was cautious about doing it because like I didn't want like that type of stuff out there and like out and like with that person, because I didn't even know them, and they said that they knew me from school, and I actually thought it was that person. And then I started texting them more, and then they told me to send something, and I was actually being so gullible. I actually did it, and then they said, "Oh, go to your friend's house and do a video with you both doing something inappropriate with each other." And then they said, "Oh, we can meet up when you get back to Baltimore." But I didn't send the video with me and my friend, but I was so gullible, I actually sent the video with just me. And my mom found out, and then she went to the police, and she gave them my phone. They confiscated my phone. They came to the house. They were gonna charge me for child pornography.
It's called manufacturing and withholding child pornography, just so people know what it's actually called.
And they said that person was a 40-year-old man.
Oh, his Wi-Fi being ghetto. Oh no.
Hey, sweetie, if you can hear us right now, we can't hear you. So whatever you're saying, you're gonna have to repeat it, but hopefully you come back.
Let me text him and see.
Oh, hey, can you hear us?
Okay.
Wait, are you talking to me or her?
You.
Talking to you, your thing froze. So say you got to the part where you said the 40-year-old and then continue.
So they found out it was they found out and they came back to the house and told us that it was a 40-year-old man that lived in Canada. And they said that they can't charge him unless they actually find him and investigate in the stuff. And I got my phone taken away. I got my PS4 taken away. I couldn't do anything, and for 3 months I didn't have no internet access for 3 months. I was so bored. All I was able to do is to go outside and play basketball, and that's it. And it was just so boring.
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar situation, I guess I could say, happen. Not necessarily the same, but I think the biggest thing though, and me and Trent, that's like my little brother. Like, he's my cousin, but he's like my little brother. And when I found out about all this going on, I was just like, what the heck? Why? And I'm not going to say I was a little bit disappointed in him, just because when I kind of went through the same thing, I explained to him all of it, and I told him to be careful, and I told him certain things so that the same thing didn't happen to him, because I know so many people that have had the same situation go on. And it happens way more than you think it does, in our age range. And so no, I was a little bit disappointed in him, but then I sat down, I talked to him, and I just let him know that he doesn't have to be embarrassed to talk to me about it. I'm like his older sister. It's been us for so long until Arian came along, my little sister. So I just try to help him through it, and just to let him understand, you're going to get yourself taken away for however long your mother feels like is best, because the situation was not okay. And I think, out of everything, he learned from it, and he definitely, I think, understands. And I mean, sometimes it takes certain stuff to happen, and as sick as it sounds, it sometimes takes certain things for people to really understand the seriousness of certain situations. But I'm proud of him for even getting on here and speaking up and allowing people to understand what happens, and that there are so many people out here that are so sick. This is the stuff that they like to do. And I don't know. And I think a good thing that he didn't mention this, but the person, I even looked at the Instagram account, because after the situation took place, it looks legit. It looks like an actual, it looked like a little girl, a girl. She was 14, and the person, whoever the 40-year-old man was in Canada, he basically took someone this 14-year-old girl's Instagram account, who had a pretty good following. She wasn't famous or anything, but she has a pretty good following, and took all her posts. When she would post, instantly he was posting the same stuff, and he was keeping it up like it was her account. So there's so many people out here that really do that, and make it look like something that it's not, and you get yourself caught up enough, the same thing happens. So I think just having him come on here and speak about it to let people know and bring awareness to the situation, because it's not something that everyone thinks about daily. This is not a worry that people have, but it's a serious thing that needs to be taken seriously.
Yeah, it was just, and when that actually happened, and when my mom found out, I did not think it really mattered. I did not care about anything that she told me. I did not find it bad or anything. I was just, I don't know what I was doing. It was crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. He told me he wanted me to talk about my situation, I guess, a little bit. I didn't really want to, because
It's fine if you don't want to. It's fine.
no, I mean, I don't know. I guess you coming and talking about it kind of makes me feel a little more comfortable, I guess. But this was a few years ago. This is when I was in 7th grade. So I was 13. I think I was 12 or 13, one of those ages. But basically it's the same situation. They made it seem like they knew me. But instead of being on Instagram, it was on Snapchat. So the person, actually, they had the same name as one of this person. So he was in 2 grades above me. So he was in high school at this point, and I was still in 7th grade. So I didn't really talk to him anymore that much, because we weren't in the same school. But I come to find out it never was the person I thought it was. and it was I think it was like a 45-year-old man in Texas. And basically they just told me that they knew who I was, like, and the situation, I don't know, it's very scary to like think that all your information, someone has all the information about you. So they used one of my friends' names that I knew like from middle school. Not only did they do that, but once I didn't send them what they wanted to send, they like created this whole story, this whole thing, and I think it was 2 days later they created a whole new account. And that's one thing I'm going to tell you, do not add anybody on Snapchat that you do not know, like that you like do not know. That is the dumbest thing you can ever do, which I made that mistake so many times when I was like 13. So they made a whole new account, and I added the account back because I thought it was another person that had the name of one of my friends. So then they start texting me like, you're going to see what's going to come to you next because you're not doing what I'm telling you to do. And I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, what are you talking about? So I wound up having like this Instagram account created by this person, and they followed me. And I wound up requesting to follow back because I didn't know who it was, but it looked like a kid that I was friends with through like my musical plays that I used to do. And the crazy part is all this stuff was happening like back to back, and it never caught my attention that like this is the same person that they're trying to mess with me. So once the account followed me, like 3 days later, and I didn't realize that anyone was in my request. So I go in there, and the person sends me stuff back that was sent to them. And I go, and they're following literally everyone that I'm friends with. Like they went to people that I have tagged in my post. They're following people that like basically followed everyone that I follow who goes to school with me. And they told me that they sent me the pictures, like sent me pictures back, and they were like, if you don't send me more things and more stuff that I want, and you don't do what you're told, and you don't tell, you tell on me, or you like basically was like threatening to send every single person that they followed that from my page, everything that they got. And when I tell you, when I saw that message, my heart stopped. I was like, what do I do? I was like, I'm never going to be able to go back to school again. I'm like, my life is over. I was like, I don't know what to do. So me being the way I am, I was quick on my feet, and I tried to solve the situation myself because I was scared to go to my mother. So I wound up making texting like all my friends, like all my close friends from middle school, and told them to like block this person. They were like, I lied about it. I lied, and I said like they were on doing some other stuff. Basically told everyone I knew to block them. And like once I went back to the account, literally it was only like I think 3 people left that like were still following them back and that they were following, because everyone that I talked to blocked them. So that was a plus. But then they made a whole new account and tried to do the same thing. So then I was like, oh, this person is persistent. I was like, and then they told me that they knew, then they got they had my address. They found out all this information about me just from my Instagram account by looking my name up. And I was like, what do I do? I was like, I don't know what to do. My computer's gonna die. Let me not do that. They were saying that, they knew, they had all this information about me. Like they had my address, they had my phone number, like they had everything about me. And I was like, I don't know, how do I solve this? I was like, I thought I did it before when I got everyone to block them, but like, it's so easy to create a new Instagram account and do the same thing. And it was like, I was so gullible that I thought I could really handle the situation on my own. So for like a whole day, for like a whole 2 days, I think I was just like so stressed, and I was so on edge because I didn't know what was going to take place after getting what I got. And then I was like, I had such an attitude problem that I wound up getting in trouble by my mother, because she was like, you just keep getting smart with me, you're not listening, and all this, because I just had so much going on in my head that she had no clue about. That like I was trying to handle like all this stuff all at once, and I couldn't. So I wound up getting in trouble for having an attitude. So she took my phone from me, and I didn't get to, like, I'm telling you, I tried to delete everything. I tried to delete the receipts from like everyone that I talked to tell them like to block the person. Then there was like a group chat that someone made to get everyone to block them. And I was like, oh my God, she's going to see the group chat. She's going to ask me questions. She's going to try to figure out why I'm trying to get everyone to block somebody. And then I'm going to have to explain what actually happened. So that wound up happening. She wound up seeing the group chats, like the messages and stuff, and then wound up asking me, and I lied until I couldn't lie anymore about it. I was like, I don't know. I was like, this person is like is messaging me and like talking to me, and I just don't know what to do because they knew my address. So I left out like the most important part about it. So then she was like, you're not telling me the truth. So then I wound up talking to her, and I told her. So then the police came to our house to like, it was to take like, I guess to like file what the situation was. I guess I thought this woman was about to have me go into jail. I was like, hold up a second. Hold up. So then they wound up just taking a report. Then we drove down to the station. It was late at night too. Like it was late. And we were there until like 4 a.m. The detective, he wound up taking my phone for like evidence to try to like track down who the person was and get information on them. And then, being in like interrogation room, that was not fun. Like situation was not fun. And then they wound up telling us that the person was like, I don't know a name. They can't really give like, so that's another thing. They can't give you certain information about who the person is until you guys take a trial case, and that's if they wind up charging you. But I never got charged for the situation because I was only 13, and he was like, I just want you to learn from the situation. He was like, I just want you to learn and never do it again. And I was like, you won't catch me doing this again. And he told me that if he saw me back in here ever again, that he would charge me and that I would have to spend a day or like a week or he said something about like a week. I don't know. It was like 3 years ago. So actually it was like 4 years ago when this happened. So it was a while ago, but yeah. And also, I mean, our situations ended the way they ended because of the fact that our parents stepped in and did the right thing by turning the situation in. And everyone's not lucky to have the same thing done for them. Like some parents aren't there to notice the signs or to even like check in enough to see what is going on with their kids, to be like, oh, well, this is happening, so let me help you. Some parents aren't like that. So I mean, in those situations, it would be a lot harder for the situation to get resolved and certain things not to happen. And I know people that have gone through the same thing and wound up having like pictures just all over of them. And I'm just like, wow. Like they post them on like sites. Like it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of sick stuff that people do. So I would just say, just be careful. And it's not saying like not to make online friends. Like, I have a lot of online friends because I do music. So like there's so many people that like I became friends with from like the United Kingdom, like the UK and like California. Like there's different people that I know online because we have the same interests and they do the same thing I do. But like just random people popping up in your inbox that you have no clue who they are, like never ever talk to them a day in your life, leave them alone. Just leave them alone. And don't even second guess it. Leave them alone. But yeah, that's really it. I don't know if people have questions. I wasn't looking at the
Yeah, if just someone texted you and you don't know them, just block them. Just do that. Oh, and there's another thing that happened to me. So a couple months before that, I was playing a game one day, and this random person just started, like, he sent me a text on the PS4, and then I looked at it, and it was just it just showed like a black picture, and then I clicked on it, and then it was actually pornography on there, and then a couple days later, I got my PS4 account banned for 30 days for possession of pornography.
That happens a lot, like, and it's crazy because you'll see like people come up in like different chats and stuff like that, like they'll message you, and there's been this thing that's been happening on Instagram where I don't know, it made me want to delete Instagram for like a while, but I was like, it's my music account, so I don't know. But I don't know if like anyone has gotten like those messages where people will like text you and they'll be like, oh, it's like a copy and paste message that they send you, and then it has a link which winds up tracking your phone and winds up putting a virus on your thing, and like that, like it's crazy because it's coming from people that you know and that you follow. Like I've gotten messages from like my closest friends and I'm like, what the heck is this? And I go in and I get the same thing from like multiple people, and they'll be like, hey, sorry, like ignore that message, that was not me that sent that, like I think my account got hacked, like, and this got sent. Like how are people just getting into your account like that and sending messages from your account to other people and you didn't do it, and they're just gone the next day? It does, like, I don't know, stuff like that. Look, yeah, they're hacking pages, right? I don't mess with that stuff. I don't got time. That is too much. But like even stuff like that though, like that means they could be taking your information. Like people that know how to use technology and know how to hack, like they know what they're doing and they're pretty good at it. So I don't know. So given like if they can do that on their own, giving people extra leadway and extra information to go off of is not the smartest thing to do. Like I see people post too much information about their personal life and post everything about themselves. That's not necessary because there's too many people out here that are looking for stuff like that. And it sometimes goes further past online. Like, online predators can become people who get to the point where they're obsessed and they come and they really try to find you and like kidnap you. Like I've heard so many situations like that. And like the internet is already it's called, my grandmother must be watching this. She said it's called fishing. It's called catfishing. That's what happens. Yep. Catfishing. Mm-hmm.
Hey, grandma with the catfishing.
Oh, she knows. Look, and the crazy part is you would think that me and Trent would know better because she told me so many times, she like, I don't know, these men from like foreign men, like out of the country would be like catfishing her basically and trying to like, and my grandmother's too smart for all this. So like, she'd be like, don't be paying attention to that. They don't know what they're talking about. And that's a little bit different. That's for money. Like people will try to like pawn people for their money. It's a lot of different things that people look for, and it's scary.
Well, I'm sorry y'all had to go through this. Like, oh my God. And thank you both for just being brave enough to share your story. Like, I don't know where your strength come from. Like, that's a lot of strength to be able to come and talk about some stuff like that. And oh man.
I mean, when my mom told like some of my family members, it wasn't that hard to like say, because she made me tell them. She made me tell them because she wanted me to feel bad for what I did, because when that happened, I didn't really care for it. So she wanted me to hear it out of my mouth so it can actually make more sense.
Yeah. I would say we probably definitely get our strength from our mothers because my grandmother raised them to be very strong and survive. Like they growing up on survival. So I mean, I guess that would be what it's from. But I don't know. I think it's good to bring awareness to stuff like this because, like he said, he didn't care. He did not care whatsoever about what he was doing. It was kind of like, it is what it is. Now, for me, that wasn't the situation. For me, I was scared. I was like, oh no, I don't know what to do. I'm worried. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. I don't know who this person is. They got my information. They have my name. I was like, yeah. So I cared a lot. I cared a whole lot. But we're two different people. So I guess, and he's a boy. So like, I feel like it was kind of just like, it is what it is. Like, until he found out who the person was, a 40-year-old man from Canada. And it was like, right.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, thank you, Trent and Amaya. Definitely echoing Miss Joni for coming on today and just sharing that, because that's real. Like some people just outside of this particular situation, they have this mindset of, oh, that will never happen to me, or that's never going to happen to me, or something like that. Right. And the reality is anything can happen to anybody at any time. And I know that's like, that may be scary, but that's real. And I think it's important just to be careful, be as careful as possible. I do want to add just a little thing about like your location, y'all location features, especially on your phone, some of them are like a default thing. So like on Snapchat, when I was on Snapchat, I think they were just, when I just got off, I think they were just starting up that map situation. I don't know if they still have it or not.
You know, I think it gives you a notification when like you're approaching someone else, like when you're walking close to somebody that you have
like that little map.
Yeah, like that's not okay. Like people can tell when I'm walking near, like when I'm around them, like no.
Yeah. And like just in the general setting on your phone, y'all, like some settings are turned on automatically, like your location settings, like specifically your location setting, like it's a whole world, honestly. And people like are keeping up. So just as fast as technology is happening and it's getting updated and stuff, those same people are learning that technology so that they can use that kind of stuff to like get to you and get to people. I mean, I get messages too. People, it's very inappropriate, these messages that I'm getting, but you can tell that they're like robot formatted or something like that, but very inappropriate. As soon as I see them, I'll be like, oh, delete, block. I don't know you. Please stop. But yeah, nah. Thank y'all for coming. I know it's 3 minutes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay.
Yeah, people be having robots. When people that have PS4s, they usually get like these. It's like girl 1 2 3 4 5 6 or whatever, and it says like, "Oh, hey, I like you. Click on this link to see my pornography pictures." I don't know. It always pops up. People always trying to find a way.
I'm confused of who the heck is in the comments talking about, can I talk to any of you privately? Sir, we're talking about internet safety. And you're talking about, you know what? People are sick.
Come on now. Hey, I wasn't going to interrupt y'all to address that, but I'm glad that
then
you
I saw your replies to it and I had to say something because like, what?
So yes, Muhammad, I'm trying to find his name again. Yeah, Muhammad Laim. No, you're not contacting anybody on here privately. It's not happening. These are kids.
Get off. Whoever, just get off, get out. We not checking for you. Whoever you are, y'all gonna make me mad today.
That just made me mad. Like reading it just made me mad. Like we're literally sitting here speaking on internet safety.
I didn't even see it. But whatever it is, get out.
Oh yeah, no, I peeped it, but I'll be trying to give people the benefit of the doubt. HeartSmiles MD. That's where you go.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. He needs some reevaluating to do with his life, clearly.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Maybe that was clear.
The devil been on us all day. From the top, all day. So I can't even say I'm surprised. But yo, don't get it messed up. I'm still from West Baltimore.
You heard it.
Jules. Listen, Jules. I didn't even see the comment, but Jules. All right, my Jewel is the internet can be just as hurtful as it is powerful. Which side are you on?
I like that one. Who's next?
Mine will be just think before you do. Do not just go right into it. You gotta think before you do something. Like just things happen, but you just gotta think before you do certain things.
Okay. Mine would be to be cautious of the people
Thank
who are reaching out to you, that everyone is not who they say they are. And you gotta be cautious, and sometimes just use a little bit of your common sense to figure out if it's the most appropriate thing to be doing or the most sensible thing to be doing.
All right, y'all. Listen, just be careful out here. And we're going to get out of here. But thank you, Amaya. Thank you, Trent, for sharing your stories and for making it a real, very real situation.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank you.
Amaya. Thank you, Trent. Yeah, this wasn't an easy conversation, but you guys spread a lot of light on an important thing. So thank you so much for being open and honest and sharing this part of your life with us.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
All right. See y'all. See you, Miss Money Mo, tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Yo, thank y'all so much for allowing us to cut into your check-in time. We knew that was going to be an important conversation, but we just didn't know how deep it was going to be. So thank you guys for allowing us to be able to use check-in time. So mentors, I'm sure you guys are going to figure it out, how y'all going to do check-in throughout the week, but this is the last week. So we got to break all the rules. So look, take your break, man. Take your break and then take your lunch. I'll see you guys back here at 2:00. Meanwhile, me and King Core and somebody else, we about to have this conversation about entrepreneurship. See y'all. Go have a good lunch. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. We are back. We are back. We are back. Hey yo. I hope somebody had a good lunch. I hope somebody had a great lunch. Naeem, I keep telling you, yo, I never late, y'all. I never ever late. Yo, shout out to King Core. Him and I just did an entrepreneurship talk for some young entrepreneurs who are in another YouthWorks class, and he recruited Coach Johnson to come and Chaos Smoothies to come. Y'all, why one of the girls fell asleep on us, y'all, while we was talking. Crazy, y'all. Hey, baby Barack, I do not be late, y'all. I can't be late. I'm never late. I be trying to tell y'all, I click it right at the time. Miss Caitlin,
How's it going?
what's up? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, man. I'm good. We've been having a great day.
A great last Monday.
A great last Monday.
Oh,
I had
my
audio
gosh.
issues to start us off.
Oh,
Then the
no.
whole live crashed on us. Oh, we've been having a great day.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, we're glad we're here. We're here now. That's all that matters.
That's what I'm saying. You got people knocking at the door, Miss Caitlin. I
Let
got a
'em
feeling
in.
this about to be a good session.
It's gonna be good.
Oh,
Yes.
man. Yay! Why that name tricked me? I'm like, who's Chicago?
Oh my gosh. I promise you, I keep trying to change it, but it just keep renaming itself back to that. Like I
Who
changed it.
is that?
It's all good. We appreciate it. You got your little Simone babies out today. We love it. Jada J, Journal J, what's up? Yo, why did I miss you a little bit this morning?
You're muted, Jada.
You on mute, baby.
Get on it.
I know you missed me. I know.
I missed you just a little bit. I was like, oh, I kind of got used to her.
They keep making fun of me with this Caleb Brims. I'm sorry. They keep
Wait, you changed it. Y'all good?
Yeah, I know. It's just
Okay, so we have obviously these two wonderful people on here to talk to us about something that they're going to tell us about, but we have two things to do before we get to that. And one of them is obviously our math. And then the other one is a little bit more serious. It's something that has happened today that I just want to make sure that we address. And that is the explosion of the houses that's happened. So if people don't know it, there was a gas explosion in some houses in Northwest Baltimore this morning. And I believe, I don't actually know how many houses it was. It was between 4 and 7 houses, I believe. And they all exploded. And it's been all over social media and it's been in the news. And so I just wanted to bring it up because, we don't know where everyone lives. We don't know if that was 2 streets from you or if that's across the city from you, but either way, this is our community, right? And so we want to make sure that we address that and say that, if people are feeling scared or sad or angry or any of those things, that we're here to talk about those emotions. And Miss Joni is here, Miss Simone, Miss Morgan, we've all talked about it today. And if anyone wants to reach out to us and talk about that, we are 100% here for you. I don't know if Jada, Lene, Miss Joni, if you have any thoughts on that or if you've heard about that today.
I literally just
heard
saw
about it. I want to say thank you for bringing this up.
Yeah, I literally just saw the post, and John said my house literally shook. Yeah.
I did not know that this happened, and I do send my condolences to anybody who, family members, friends, neighbors, cousins, anybody that was in it, near it, around it, or experiencing any traumatic, feelings. I definitely understand, and I apologize for you all losses in advance.
Yeah, thanks for saying those things. So yeah, just so you know that we are here as a HeartSmiles community, as a Baltimore community, if anyone wants to talk about it or reach out. So can somebody, I don't know if somebody just looked it up, Jada or Lene, but can you post a link for people who haven't seen it yet? I see Andre just posted in the chat, wait, what happened? So maybe can one of you post a link to like a news article?
I could probably find a news article really fast, but if you are on Instagram, you can probably go to Baltimore Murder Inc. because they usually keep you up to date on just about everything. So Baltimore Murder Inc. You can go on there.
Cool. Thanks, Lene. Yeah, I don't want to move on too quickly, but we have things to do. We are still here. We're still rocking. Yeah, so we're gonna jump into it. We're gonna jump into turning our brains a little bit away from that and into our math lesson, taking into account that that's still in our brains, in the back of our brains, but also being able to compartmentalize that and talk about some other things right now. So I am going to share my screen and we are going to engage in this little lesson. Okay, so this is the second to the last time you'll have to do this with me. I promise you. I know. It's sad, but some people might be saying, oh, thank goodness, I hate these things. Okay, so we have 4 boxes. We're trying to figure out why the one that is outlined in red, why does that one not fit with the other 3? Okay, and I will tell you on this one, there's lots of answers for the box or for each box. There's not just one answer. So you can say whatever you think.
Okay, so can I go first?
Yeah, go for it.
I think that this box doesn't belong because in its visual representation, it includes 2 groups with rows and arrays, or arrays and rows, right?
It does have 2 groups with rows, but this one, doesn't this one also have 2 groups with rows? The 8 plus the 8?
I had the circles.
Oh, the circles. Yeah.
Definitely.
Group. It has circles, for sure. Other things. Any other things? Notice that there are stars in that, like there's symbols in that one, but there are also numbers in that one. Ah, I see Kayla J in the chat got one of them. The smaller number is in the front. Yeah, so the other ones we have 4 times 4, 8 plus 8, 8 times 2. Those are all either the same or a bigger number, but 2 times 8, there's a smaller number in front. Yeah, John got it too. I love it. Lots of people getting circles. Yes, Simone, it's green with white stars. I love it. Okay, let's see what else I got. Oh, those are the 2 that I got. Cool. All right, so let's move on to the next one. The next one is this bottom one, 4 times 4. What do we got here?
Oh, they could be squared.
Ooh, they could be squared. I love that. I didn't even think of that one. Yes, they could be squared. 4 times 4 is the same thing as 4 squared.
I don't know if this is gonna make sense, but they don't include the numbers 8 or 2.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't even catch that one either. I love it. Yeah, all the rest of them have either 2s or 8s in it, or both. Yeah, Zion, the same number that's being multiplied. That's one that I got as well. And this is going along, who pointed it out in the first one? Simone said the first one was green with white stars. That's a little hint. What's different about this one, this color scheme?
Well, it's only 2 colors.
Yeah, it's only 2 colors. Yeah, whereas the other ones maybe have like green, black writing, white stars. This one is all black. It's the writing is black and the stars are black. Cool. So, and we have 4 separate groups, right? With the other ones we had 2 groups and this one, 1 group, right? But this is 4 separate. Cool. Okay. Okay, so oops. Oh no, I forgot to do the slide. Let's do this one right here. The 8 plus the 8. What do we got for this one?
It's no multiplication. I mean,
yeah, there's no multiplication, right? So all the other ones are 2 times 8, 4 times 4, 8 times 2. This one's 8 plus 8. Yep, Kayla got it. The only one being added. Is there anything else? So that's the one that I got too, but I couldn't figure out if there was anything else going on in this one.
I mean, if you was a law, never mind. I'm not gonna think too hard on that one.
No, do it. I want you to think hard on it.
I mean, I would say you could put that in like a log function.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, explain more. What do you mean by that? I don't totally know because I'm not super good at logs.
I'm good at logarithmic functions. It's just I haven't done it in like since June. So
That's okay. Yeah. It maybe has to do something with logs. I hear you.
yeah.
Anything else that we can see about this one? The stars are yellow. That's true. It is the only one with yellow stars. All right, let's do the last one. This one, bottom right, 8 times 2.
There's only one group.
There's only one group. Yep, there is only one group. I see Naeem also got it circles, or maybe he was saying it's no circles about the, oh, that was about the 8 plus 8.
Well, it is circles in this one.
Yeah, it is circles. It's not stars, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I got a question. It's a term, I think we learned it when we was learning addition, it was like we only learned numbers that if you add them to itself, it would give you, you could add it to itself or something like that. I can't remember what they told us about it.
If you add it to itself.
Like, because the one that we did before this one is like you could add that number to itself.
I don't know. I'm sure there is a specific term.
I gotta remember.
Yeah, let us know if you remember it. A couple other people on the chat said that the lines are vertical, right? The group is vertical instead of going horizontal. I love it. Cool. All right, y'all, let's move on. I'm gonna stop sharing this one. Cool. Great job. Thanks for engaging in that. Your brains are a little bit bigger now that you have thought about some math stuff. Okay. So do you want me to share the PowerPoint that y'all made? Cool, I'll do that. And I'm not gonna show it in full presenter view. I'm gonna show it just so that I can have it, I can have my chat open. I can see the chat. Is this good for y'all? Cool, okay. Uh-oh, hold on 1 second. Okay, cool. I don't know how to make this part smaller, so we're going for it. All right, Lene, Jada, take it away.
Of course. So hello, y'all know me. My name is Jada, or Journal J for that matter. And yeah, Lene, you can introduce yourself.
I mean, everybody know me. If you don't know me, I don't know what's wrong with you. Something wrong with you if you don't know me. But yeah, I'm Lene. I mean, if you don't know me, sucks to be you. You're missing out.
Yeah, so we had a nice lesson in math. So now we ready to take it down to sociology real quick. And we're gonna talk about adversities faced in the work field. Now, there are a lot of really, simple adversities or problems if that you face in the work field. But these ones are like they're on borderline discrimination based on diversity in the work field. And yeah, but first we're gonna start with an icebreaker. When you read these icebreakers, kind of read into them a little deeply, but don't read into them too much. So yeah, the first one is: would you rather be in debt by $100,000 or never be able to make more than $3,500 a month? I think I'd rather be in debt because I could pay it off. I could not live off $3,500 a month. I spend $3,500 in a day. That would not be okay with me.
I'd rather be in debt because if you think about it, you can make so many streams of income to pay that off. And with enough work consistency, you could probably double, triple that as long as your life can live versus not being able to make like 3.5K a month.
Right.
Because the way I spend money.
Like water. Miss Caitlin?
I'll be honest, y'all. I don't make more than $3,500 a month. I just calculated that, which would be $42,000 a year. There was one point when I was teaching that I made more than that, and now I definitely don't. So I don't know. I guess I would have to say not make more than $3,500 a month. It's hard. It's not that much money, but I feel like you can get by. And a lot of people get by making that much money or less.
Miss Johnny?
No, put me in debt. I agree with you. We can always pay it off.
I'm so glad that you all answered. I need to check. Oh, Miss Kaylin, do you have the check? Or Lene?
I have.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, go for it, Lene.
I see a lot of people saying they'd rather be in debt, and Kamaya said enough savings from each month and you could pay it off between like 6 months to a year at most. And then someone said debt because 3.5K is basically nothing if you save. And Elder said, I'd rather not be able to spend 3.5K because that money can stack up. A lot of people saying they'd rather be in debt. So yeah.
Okay. Good.
Y'all, $100,000 in debt. I mean, I know that you just pay it off, but that's also a lot of debt.
No, you don't know debt. I was in debt. I got out of debt. It's no way possible. If I could do it, everybody can. They just not doing the right stuff.
$1,000 in debt?
I was
No,
$500.
you wasn't.
Like
I was in $550 worth of debt.
$550. Buy a journal, Jade. $550, y'all.
It went up.
I'm thinking you about to say $550,000. Buy, y'all.
No, 550 is a lot for me because I'm still a young person and I don't have a stable job. That was a lot of debt. I'm pretty sure people could make it out. But I chose this would you rather question because a lot of people who have these jobs, they don't get the choice of having would I rather be in debt or would I rather make less. And a lot of people got a lot more burdens or responsibilities on themselves, including kids, other family members, health, and stuff like that, whereas though they're in $100,000 worth of debt and still don't make any more than $3,500 a month. So yeah. Our next would you rather question would be, would you rather have a horrible job but be able to retire comfortably in 10 years, or have your dream job but have to work until the day you die? I would choose a horrible job because 10 years, give me that. I could also, I guess, retire from that job and become an entrepreneur easily because entrepreneurship is like not even like a real job for real. I mean, it's a real job, but it's more like a lifestyle than a job, and that's something you can, fit into. And a job is
read Miss Joni's shirt that she wear every
day, y'all.
Every single day. It's a lifestyle, but you're an entrepreneur. But I'd rather work at a horrible job and retire in 10 years because think about it. 10 years to a lot of people probably isn't nothing, especially if you're like over like 30 or 40 because y'all already got the limit in. So like if I work somewhere for like 10 years and it'd be a horrible place, I could also deduct my time, but I could still work there and become an entrepreneur. Think about it. You could probably work 2 hours, but you're technically still working there and you could be an entrepreneur. So I mean, like if you think about if you work your way around it, you'll technically still be working there, but you'll, be an entrepreneur.
Miss Caitlin?
Yeah, this is tough. I guess I would have to say horrible job. I don't really want to be working until the day I die. I mean, like 10 years is a really long time, but it's not as long as like
forever.
50 years. Yeah, it's not forever. I don't know. Maybe horrible job. I don't know though. It's so hard because what does horrible mean, right? If it's something that goes against my ethics, then I feel like I can't do it, But if it's something that I just like really hate doing, then maybe What did you say?
Go in my cubicle.
Yeah. I don't know. Miss Joni, what about you?
This one is definitely hard, but I'm going to have to say my dream job only because if you had a horrible job, then you dead anyway.
Well,
that ain't no way to live. So, yeah.
But think about it this way.
I take my 10 years.
Look, I take my 10 years with 2 hours a day at work and still living my lifestyle. And don't forget, you can still take your vacations if you want to live your lifestyle.
I think Miss
I
Jones is a
just
little biased though, because as an entrepreneur running HeartSmiles, there is no like deadline to her job. She can't like retire, so she got her dream job, and she got to work till the day she die. Because you can't just stop being a community organizer and stop caring about the kids. So
True.
yeah,
but like even aside from that too, which is very true, I don't like to waste 10 minutes of my time. I'm never going to be able to waste 10 years of my time.
but if you could retire, look, we know you didn't like Verizon or Comcast
I
or
love Comcast. I didn't want to. I thought I was going to retire from Comcast. I cried leaving Comcast. I was in my dream job.
oh wow,
I
really?
loved the Comcast. What? My job was basically a conference call. I call my managers. All right, we're going to meet at 8, 9 o'clock. Everybody be on the phone. I tell them what I needed to get done. That's it. They call me if there's a problem. Nobody wanted to see me in the office. If I was coming to the office, it was a problem.
Oh
I
wow,
had my
HeartSmiles.
dream job.
That sounds like HeartSmiles. Do not, Miss Jody don't got come until there's a problem. Any
No, I'm
project you
here
put
every
us on?
day. No, this is actually the exact opposite. I'm here every day.
I mean, like if you put us on a
I'm
project,
here. No, I can't do HeartSmiles from the beach. I could do Comcast from the beach. I had a work phone, a work laptop. My managers did not want to hear from me. Like I wasn't always a good leader, y'all. I know so much about leadership because I've done it the wrong way for so long. They called me the Grim Reaper, y'all. I walked into a building, they knew somebody was going to be fired. They were just hoping and praying it wasn't
That
them.
is sad.
that's it.
That's
I know.
sad.
I know better now. I was a young leader.
You
I was
sure?
young.
Yeah, no, that phone call from Miss Joni scared a couple people still.
That's where you get it from. That's why when we get that phone call, we be called. Your name's gonna be the Grim Reaper every time you get mad. There we go.
Miss Joni did say that she cuts people. She just cuts them right
I
out.
did.
That's
I
what
did.
Oh,
And
well.
Miss Caitlin, at that time, I didn't care, and I didn't see the damage I was doing, like to people. Like people depended on that job to care for their families. I remember one lady, she told me, she was like, "I hope you happy because now I'm gonna be homeless." I said, "Well, you should have showed up on time."
Miss Jo-
I was young, yo. I was young. I didn't care about all the other stuff about leadership. I wanted to get the job done, yo.
I
I
hope
had the best running centers all across that company.
I hope you watched that movie with Marissa Martin that she made. That movie was perfect for you. Anyway,
I'm better now, y'all. I'm better now. That's what I'm better now. I know both sides.
anyway, our next question, or would you rather would be, would you rather work hard at a rewarding job or hardly have to work at a job that isn't rewarding?
I'm
Oh,
gonna work hard for a rewarding job.
yeah.
That's no question. That's not even an option. That's not even.
Can't say that though, because a lot of people will hardly work at a very, very bad
Okay.
non-rewarding job because they like that free time. They like to be outside or on the
Like
block
your
or
free
put their
time.
money, that broke
What
bum
free
status.
time? What are you doing with your free time? Like, think about it. If you are gonna have free time, what are you actually doing on your free time? Like, are you just sitting outside, or are you sipping a little coconut pineapple thing at the beach? That's rewarding from working hard.
Yo, so many people though are like, they just want that 9 to 5 job. They don't care what it is. They'll sit on like Instagram all day long. They don't get people who work in offices. Some people who work in offices like get nothing done during the day because they're always just like going through Facebook, going through Instagram, going on Twitter, like all those things, and they don't have any expectations for them. And so they're just like, I don't know. And people love that. I have friends who love that, and it blows my mind.
Right. So, Ms. Kaylin basically just discussed why I chose the last question because a lot of people, they would rather work a job that they hardly make enough from, that isn't very rewarding, but they'd rather do that and scroll through Instagram on their free time than put more work into a job and get more out. That's why we have a lot of poverty issues. I'm not going to say that it's mainly us, and I'm not going to say it's mainly the government, but the accountability line got to be drawn somewhere. And people just be like, oh, McDonald's hiring, that's what I'm going to go at. No, baby. If I got any option, I would choose anything but McDonald's, even though that food is good sometimes.
Well, I was firing left and right at McDonald's too. Don't let my old employees get on here. You gonna work hard at my McDonald's.
Application.
I'm not saying that you don't work hard, but like being in there and doing like when I first started at McDonald's, I went full speed. I was there every day from 3:30 to 11, and that's before I turned 18. Even though my birthday was like a few months They had me on my birthday, turning 18. They ripped up the work permit on clock. It was like, yeah, you're 18 now. We don't need this. I was like, oh no. So like doing that, it was cool for real, but I didn't have no time for schoolwork. I ain't had no free time. But the $400 checks was nice. Not gonna hold you. The $400 checks hit every 2 weeks. But that wasn't what I wanted. So on to the next slide, hopefully. Yeah. So this is just context. I basically defined what the two words was, and I left a space for Miss Caitlin to like give some sociological background to it. Because even though I studied sociology a little bit and I did learn about it, it's probably a lot of stuff that I probably couldn't cover that others could. So adversities, which is plural, is a noun, and it is difficulties or misfortunes that happen in the work field.
Or it's a challenge.
Or challenges,
Oh.
yeah.
It's definitely, you can put challenge there. Definitely a challenge.
Definitely. And then the next one is discrimination, which is also a noun, and it's the unjust treatment of people based on prejudice, which we're going to discuss more of. Sorry. We're going to discuss more of. Yeah, so I'm trying to think. Mrs. Kayla, can you help me a little bit on the sociology? Yeah, that part.
Yeah. I guess what I would say is kind of what we talked about on Friday was like prejudice is sometimes a feeling that, or like something that is in your brain that you like are unconscious of, right? Like I can have an unconscious prejudice against a group of people. And that comes from like growing up in a society where, for example, like racial prejudice, like growing up in a society where all the messages are telling me that white is the dominant group, that white is the norm, right? And so I can have this feeling of prejudice. But discrimination comes when people act on that prejudice, right? So discrimination is actually people taking that prejudice and then doing something about it. And it's not a good thing. So that's what I'm thinking of right now. Jada, is there anything else you wanted me to add?
No, not really. Just a little bit how they like tie into each other. Like you could bridge the gap. Also, so this, like Miss Caitlin said, based on your background, where you was raised, your parents, your ethnicity, stuff like that will give you different cultural beliefs, which helps shape you and how you fit into society, which is why a lot of laws and stuff, they can't control where you're raised, what race you are, or any of the things that happen to you as you go through life. But what they can control is the treatment that is placed in certain work fields or spheres of society that impact the everyday life, which i.e., or for example, would be discrimination in the workplace because it causes adversities. It's like, oh, if you're African American, well, you can't work here or you can't hold a white collar position because you're black. And they feel like you're not as qualified because you're black. And here, you can go to the next slide. So here is some of today's adversities, Lene, such as ageism, which is where her personal experience comes in.
Yeah, ageism definitely is definitely a factor in a lot of things. And HeartSmiles is basically like a living proof of ageism. How, the older people in, America think that youth can't do anything because we are young and we don't know anything. When you really, in reality, y'all think about it, y'all whitewash the system purposely so that way we don't know anything. But luckily through social media, our eyes are more open. Also sexism. A lot of people, make fun of females, and it's a lot of females that, and I hate this, I really do. I hate when people say that men can't cry or they have to be tough all the time. You can cry, sweetie. Ball out, throw some tears, cry me a river. It's okay. Crying is never non-masculine. Okay, it's really not. Colorism, basically, kind of like how people throw this light skin, dark skin thing. Like that is annoying. It's really annoying. Another thing, racism. We all know the issue of racism going through America, how I just saw a post before I even came on here. Santa Clara Police Department got called after a group of black boys were getting jumped by a group of white boys. They pulled the guns out on the black boys. They pulled the gun out on the wrong people, and it was the people they were trying to. They pulled rifles. They were pulling guns. Like you saw the whole officer, whole arch, like doing this. And I'm sitting here like they they're doing it. They're doing it. And you have racism. There's a gang in California that are police officers that are specifically targeting black people. And you can tell by their tattoo. It's like a skull-shaped tattoo, and it got like a Nazi hat on. It's crazy. It really is. And sexual orientation discrimination, basically what Trump is doing with the anti-LGBTQ community, where you can't get access to a lot of things like your health care, you can't work at certain places because of your sexuality, or if you're even trans, like it's like a lot of setbacks because adversities is like the challenges people are really going through. And there's a lot more adversities that are really happening around the world, not just, here in America.
Yeah. First of all, I just want to know, like, on a job application, what they're gonna be like? Do you like males or females? Like, how you gonna determine my sexual orientation based off of an application?
They probably gonna try to stalk your social media.
Good thing I don't put nothing on there. Anyway, like Lene was saying, examples of ageism is like being discriminated against based off of age. It's mainly seen in like with older people. It's like, oh well, with credit card companies, it's like, oh well, they don't want to give these people certain interest rates because they're older and it's less likely for them to travel or go places and stuff like that and charge things to a credit card. And then sexism is like if you were in a corporate America and they were like, well, we choose this man over this female because they think he's more adequate for, I guess, adequately prepared for this job, and it's mainly because he's a male instead of a female. Colorism would be like Lene said, the whole, I guess, issue between light skins and dark skins. Colorism mainly happens in between races. It's like, oh well, you're too light skinned to be black, so you're white, or stuff like that. It was mainly talked about when we were talking with the Latinx community, I think last week or the week before that, and they were telling the girl how she was too pale, so she wasn't Latinx and stuff like that. Like Lene said, there's racism, and sexual orientation discrimination is definitely a big one. I would say for a lot of people, I've actually seen it more in my experience, not with transgenders, but mainly with like Caucasian people. I've seen it, especially when I went to like Pride and stuff. It was like a lot of people were like trying to, I guess, clown, disrespect, or be disrespectful to American men and women, or Caucasian men and women who were like, I guess, dressed too dominant or dressed too feminine at Pride, and they like, oh, they weird and they geeky and stuff like that. And I'm like, because you're black and you came to Pride for entertainment to see naked females, you think it's okay to say that they aren't allowed to express their feminism or their masculinity because they're not black or they're not what you want to see? That's not okay.
So yeah. I want to add this thing with sexism. I just thought about it because it's this TikToker where he exposes all these Trump supporters. So the guy, and this is true, if anybody ever think about this, all wars were made by men. So I don't know why they down women when there has, I'm not even gonna say never, because we do have to forget like the queens that were in like the 1500s, but I highly doubt that they ever declared war on another nation. I highly doubt it. But if you think about it, why down men are so afraid of women because they don't want them in power, because they know what we're capable of and they rather knock us down. Just how they wiped our whole ancestry away from like the Egyptians. Like, we know the Egyptians was black. You don't gotta hide it. We know white people, what they did to us. We're not slow. It's okay. Like, why knock the nose off? We know they have African features. You could tell even by the width of it. You know what I'm saying? I want people to be aware of these adversities that are faced not only just in America, not in Baltimore, just around the world, because these adversities are different than a place you will go in the South, like somewhere in Africa. People have colorism too. There's colorism in India. You would think people that are just alike would have similarities when there are big differences around them.
Yeah, definitely. Like I learned it in U.S. history and yeah, in U.S. history and stuff like that. I think that the biggest, I guess, I would say, adversity faced in today's work field or in work field that has been like a long term thing would be sexism. Because way back when it was like females didn't have their own names. It was that's Doctor or Mister So and So and his wife. Mrs. whatever the man's last name was, and it was like a big thing with feminism because or feminists because it was like, well, why don't we get our own identities and get our own names? And that's when it started to evolve from there and the temperance movement and stuff like that because they were like, well, our husbands get drunk and they beat on us and we don't get to do nothing and you take our kids away and you put us out of our homes when we the ones who cook and clean at these men every day. And then it changed when the war came and it wasn't enough production happening. That's when Rosie Riveter came and it was like we can do it, you know, and stuff like that. And women started to take over the work field and be more into working in factories and stuff to keep the production going because men were shipped off to the army and to be in the war and stuff, like Lene said. So then a lot of women, I guess they gave it that gap for women to be able to come in and assume these positions, but even then still women weren't being paid enough because it was like, okay, well, now we got to create systems that can lift the heavy things that she can't lift. And it was like they was making it as if we were incapable or incompetent. And then now it's very very hard for you to see an African American woman be CEO, COO, or any high demanding job there is out there because it's like, oh wow, can she really do that? When it was rumored that Barack Obama's wife of Miss Michelle Obama wanted to run and be female president, they was like, I heard a lot of men like, just because Barack did it don't mean she can too. Like she's any less competent or capable of it. And she went to a good school and studied very hard just because she was African American. And that's kind of where it was like, I was like, okay, well, I seen Barack go into office. I was like 8, I think. And I was like, I want to be the next president. I want to be the very first female president. And then when I started to become more in touch with myself, I was like, okay, well, I don't want to be sexually discriminated against because of my orientation. So I was like, well, maybe I can't be president because I'm in the females and stuff like that. Um, you could go to our experiences next, Miss Caitlin. Unless you all
Yeah.
had something to add about the diversity.
Can I just add one?
Please.
I would just add genderism, I suppose, is what it would be called. In talking about a lot of the times, you know, even when instructions or something are written out, it says like, I don't know, that's not a good example, but like we always talk in binary, right? We talk about like either being man or being woman, but we often leave out trans folks or people who are non-gender binary. And so when we only use pronouns of he, she, hers, and he, him, his, and she, her, hers, then we leave out the people who go by they and them, right? And so this is a huge problem in the workplace and in our society right now that more people don't use the words they and them because there are a lot of folks out there who do not identify as either woman or men. So just wanted to add that one.
Wait, so sexism and genderism aren't the same thing?
I was trying to include it in the sexual orientation discrimination because I said that LGBTQ community and etc. So that's why I put that one.
That's a great question. So the difference between sex and gender is sex is like the biological parts that you are born with, right? So a person who is male is born with male biological parts. They're born with a penis, right? People who are female are born with biological parts that are female, like a vagina, right? However, gender doesn't necessarily match sex, right? And so you could be sexist against someone who like looks like a female or looks like a male, right? But genderism is often harder to tell because you can't tell a person's gender just by looking at them biologically. Your gender identity is basically, it's a social construct, right? Instead of like your sexual identity being something that you're born with. And I should also say that sex is also not binary. People are born with all sorts of different parts. And so sex is also on a spectrum, but we don't often recognize that either. Does that make sense?
Yes. I just wanted to be addressed for everyone. So
yeah. Thanks for clarifying that.
Okay.
Here you go.
Go ahead, Lene.
Okay, so some of our experiences can be when you can get a job, but they won't let you do certain things because either one, they feel you're incapable to do it based on probably how you look or how smart you are, I'm gonna say how you look or how you smart you. I can't even say it correctly, but like how you look based on how smart you are. I don't know how to explain it. They can probably look at you and be like, okay, you're dumb, instead of actually like talking to you or speaking to you. Another thing is, in school, you can be doing something. And I'll take gym, for example. I mean, my school, they don't go based, they're not, as bad. But I know a lot of schools, they can really start testing your limits because they can start they can I'm gonna try to go to Miss Kaylin said they can go based on how you look and not really think on how you really are as a person, like in gym, like in physical features and a lot of that extra stuff. Because I do know from like doctors, and I don't know if anybody else knows this, but whenever you go take that pacer test or that weight where it's like it gives you like this already premeditated weight that you're supposed to be like at 15 female, you're supposed to be like 120, and at a male you're probably supposed to be like at 130 if you're 15 at this so and so height. Which, if y'all didn't know, that stuff was made like in the early 1800 by grown men. So like that stuff that modernized it, like the medical system is messed up to the point too. So when you go to your gym class, they can say you're overweight if you're 6'5" and you're like 300 and something pounds, when now a lot of the weight change and all of that, like a lot of stuff hasn't been updated. So like it's challenges that people face because they're told one thing when it's not really that anymore. I hope I made sense. I was kind of all over the place, but I tried to put it in one.
I understand. Um. Okay, so I guess I kind of have an experience. I was working at Boston Market. I think I just turned 16, and they didn't want me behind, I guess, the counter, like helping serve people because they thought I was too young.
Uh-oh, Jada, we might have lost you. You're back.
So, yeah, so I was in Boston Market and they didn't want me behind the cash register and stuff like that because they thought I was too young. And I guess they didn't trust me. So they kind of had me cleaning up the lobby. And I would clean the lobby for hours. It's not that many customers that come in there and I gotta keep cleaning the lobby. Like, I felt like I was being discriminated against. So I basically stopped coming. I quit. I put in my 2 weeks and I was like, yeah, I don't want to work here no more. Especially because they weren't like sending me the schedule and stuff. I kind of felt like they didn't want me to be there because I was young. I was the youngest person on the team. And I think I was the only African American female there. So yeah.
Do Miss Joni, Miss Kaylin, have you faced any adversities either in the work field, school, streets, home?
Oh, definitely a lot at my time at Comcast. Like that was like the most because oftentimes I was the only Black person and I was the only woman. So I still remember like my first day walking into one of the offices, it was a call center. It was maybe about 150 people. I had 2 Black ladies walk up to me, and one Black lady, she was like, "We are so glad to see you here because of my position." They found out what my position was, and they saw that I wasn't, just like an entry level. They knew that I was part of the executive leadership team, and she was just like, "I thought I'd never see the day." And like, I just had a lot of crazy things said to me. And back then I wasn't as calm as cool as I am now, but yeah.
I think, Miss Joni, you bring up a really good point about this term intersectionality, which some people might have heard and some people not, but it's talking about that, these identities that we have, like what Miss Joni was talking about, like she is Black and she is a woman. Like she has an experience based on the combination of those two things, right? So her experiences are different from somebody who is Black, who has a different gender than she does, right? And so we have to think about how all of the ways that what we were talking about before, like our age, our sex, our gender, our color, our race, like all of those things, they combine and make a very, very unique experience for each individual person. And I think that's important to keep in mind because it, like, the experience that I have as a white woman is going to be different than somebody who is a white man or somebody who is a Black woman, even though I share commonalities with both of those groups of people. So that's all I want to say. I will not share experiences just for the sake of time, just because we only have a couple more minutes and I want to get to this.
Okay. How to overcome adversities faced. Now, some of the ones we specified, like ageism and sexism, and well, those two for the most part. Oh, and your sexual orientation are adversities that you can and will face, but you can overcome. Now, the ones like racism and colorism, those are a little more complex, and those are main reasons why they should be reported to HR if you come into contact with them. Same as the other isms that we named, but those can also be worked around. One way or a few ways to like overcome some adversities is to show strong work ethic. That can also help you avoid a lot of the adversities faced. Stay consistent, have a growth mindset, be ready to adapt, speak up for yourself, invest in yourself and time, and speak up when the time is right. Those help you, I guess, not be too attacked by some of the adversities faced, because it's like, okay, she's young, or okay, she's old, but her work ethic matches this, that, on the third person. She's as consistent as this, that, in the third person. She has a mindset of wanting to grow and better in the places that she hasn't grown yet, better than a lot of the other people. And that's kind of what Miss Joni be talking about when she be talking to us about being bums, broke mindset. That's basically what success sessions is to teach us, to stay consistent, have good mindsets, be ready to adapt, and have strong work ethics. Lene, here, help me with some of the steps.
I'm gonna try to blast through this. Okay, so when you start to realize these adversities, you want to be around positive people who want you to do better, not the opposite. And if you can't tell the difference, come speak to someone at HeartSmiles. I promise you'll find someone. And number two, write down these adversities wherever you are at. Write them down. I promise you it'll be a lot better if you write them down. What happened? When did it happen? Where did it happen? Who did it happen to? Who did it? And how did it specifically happen? Once you do that, I want you to take time to evaluate the problem and ask yourself questions. Basically, write down those adversities. Then after you've done all of that, you want to start to invest in yourself. Get to know what you really want. Do you really want to take in these adversities, or do you want to do better? And but the last thing you probably want to do is know when it's best for you and only you. You don't need to listen to anybody else because you know what's best for you. But at the same time, I would say still, go back to step one, be around positive people because they're going to, want more and better from you.
All right, y'all, we got to wrap this up, but it was so good. Thank you for bringing this up today. Do you want to share, Jada and Lene, any jewels with us?
Of course. You want to go or you want me to go?
Go first, Lene.
Okay. Spend time with yourself, nobody else. Know when it's time to take time for yourself and stop, worrying about people that's not worried about you. Nobody cares.
I'm trying to think of what I would say. Okay, I think that my jewel would be that you should stay consistent. Even though this is always reiterated by everyone else around me, I think that staying consistent, but not always to your work, but to yourself mainly and to who you are, is really important because you are your faith, your mustard seed that you need to keep going. That all comes from you, and if you don't stay consistent with yourself, you'll never know where you're going, and you'll end up somewhere working a horrible job with no money.
Thank y'all so much, Miss Caitlin. You got a jewel for us, Miss Caitlin.
We're out of time. I'll save it for Wednesday.
We need your jewel because we only got
Oh
two
my
more
God.
Miss Caitlin sessions. Come on now.
My jewel would be to always ask why something is happening, and to get to the root of the problem. If you are facing an adversity, ask yourself, why is this happening? Is it because of my gender? Is it because of my race? Is it because of my color? Try to get to the root of it. And then if there's something you can do it. And if there's not, cut it. Like, get out of there, right? You don't have to be a part of that.
Yes, thank you, Miss Caitlin. We got to squeeze it all out of you. We only got two more Miss Caitlin sessions. This was amazing, though. This was perfect. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, and then Jada, we'll see you again on Wednesday, won't we?
I'm back on Wednesday.
Let's go.
All right, we'll see you on Wednesday. Journal J, the activist, Miss Lene. Thank you so much. Miss Caitlin, we'll see you back. Thank you.
Bye, y'all. Have a good rest of your day.
Y'all, a great session, right? Man, listen, for them heartbeats to put that together, like, I'm always inspired. Thank you, Journal J. Thank you, Lene. Thank you, Miss Caitlin, for allowing the space, y'all. This is what it's about. We on a countdown, y'all. We on a serious countdown. And I know it's still new heartbeats out there who haven't taken advantage of this platform. Yo, come on, man. We only got a couple more days, yo. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Y'all already know what it is. I'm about to get ready to let y'all go because we passed our time. And listen, if you didn't take anything away from today, yo, take away the idea that it don't matter what is happening in your life. It don't matter what is designed to bring you down, to pull you down. Check this out. The promise was that the weapons would not prosper. That was the promise. Nobody said that the weapons weren't going to form. The weapons are going to be there, shooting and blasting and all that all day long. But the promise was that the weapons will not prosper. We had to go through so many challenges today, y'all. You just don't even know. So many challenges, but what? We still made it happen. Y'all still showed up. We still did what we had to do. We did what we came to do with no excuses. We made it happen. So I hope somebody had a great day today. I hope somebody had a great Monday, despite their challenges. Y'all already know what it is, y'all. Success sessions. You want to be successful? Yo, this is where you start. You want to be connected to other success-minded young people and success-minded adults. Yo, this is where you start. Y'all hear KR Smoothie say it every single day. You don't want to be a broke bum. Yo, this is where you start, y'all. Thank y'all so much. I guess I'll see y'all tomorrow. What? 10 o'clock, 9:55-ish, something like that. We on a sure enough countdown, y'all. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see y'all later.